we're back.
You gonna do it?
We're doing it
Run
again.
Run it, dude. Run it.
Just did one of these yesterday, but we're trying to get some content for you guys. You know, they say content's king, so we're just out here getting it. Still out here in LA. I guess I don't even know where we're actually at. In
Riverside
is
County.
this considered LA?
Riverside County. So we're
Riverside
just
County.
outside Inland Empire. The locals call it the Inland Empire.
We're out here at Apex. You still calling it Apex Raceway?
Apex Motorsports Park.
Apex Motorsports Park. We've got a legendary guest, actually, probably one of the coolest ones we've had on yet. We've had a lot of great people, but 2025 is off to a good start with these first two pods we're getting in. So welcome John Hopkins, Hopper. It's special just to share the room with you, honestly. We're stoked.
Oh, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I love what you guys are doing. Love your guys' pod, and it's a pleasure to tell the story. I'm just fortunate and grateful and lucky I'm still here to tell it.
Yeah, for sure. Before we get into anything too serious, thanks again for all the support, guys. Obviously, we got our merch. We're working on some new stuff. Our guy Billy at home is
Billy the Kid, baby.
Jimmy's got him working on some projects
Drops
to get some
coming,
new merch. And hopefully we'll get that out here in the next month or two. Of course, follow us on all of our social media platforms, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. We're on Apple Music, Spotify, Amazon. Share it with your kids, your wives, everybody you know. Just share that thing. We got to give a special thanks to our partners. Jimmy, hit it.
Yeah, Law Tigers are America's motorcycle lawyer. A motorcycle accident isn't something you ever expect, but if you need to be prepared for the case, please call 1-800-LAW TIGERS. If you or you know somebody ever injured in a motorcycle accident, call Law Tigers first. The services are at no riders to the cost. They fight to get riders taken care of and back on the road. With Law Tigers, you never ride alone.
We've also got Yuasa Battery. Yuasa Battery is the most trusted battery in power sports since 1979. For over 45 years, Yuasa has delivered power, reliability, and passion at every turn. Yuasa supplies power sports batteries to more OEMs and riders than all our competitors combined in the U.S. and globally. The reason is simple: premium quality, unmatched reliability, long life, and advanced engineering with years of application expertise. Yuasa Battery, setting the standard for power sports batteries since 1979. Each and every single day, Jimmy, starts with Yuasa Batteries. Find your battery or your local Yuasa retailer via yuasabatteries.com. It's a long one, but you know, those guys, they do come in every bike and they do last pretty long. So we're stoked to have them on board. Thanks, Yuasa. Thanks, Law Tigers.
Dude, that was an intro, baby.
That was it.
That is
it.
That is good, man. I wonder who wrote that up. Like, I wonder who wrote that up. But I like it. I like it.
We got copyright, in the background. We're a bigger operation than people think.
It's corporate, man. It's corporate. You know how it is.
Yeah,
You've been with Monster for 30 years
I
now.
I know the role, but it's good, man. It's hard these days to get support. The motorcycle industry has definitely taken a dive over the years. So people that are there still supporting the show and doing what we do it's good to have.
But what's crazy though is you were the first ever Monster motorcycle athlete. Is that true?
Well, I was the first ever athlete ever to wear Monster branding outside of the U.S.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you were motorcycle only. So
no, so I mean, road race, yeah,
road race,
like first ever road racer ever. And the first ever to wear Monster branding outside of the U.S.
Did they make you get a Monster Claw tat anywhere?
I know.
You got one?
No, but I've got kind of a lifetime deal going with them. Yeah. So they still support me now. Still pay some of the bills, and I do work with them and do some stuff over the year. But they're a great company. I mean, to see what it's grown to now and the support that they give to the motorcycle industry in general is amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. We were with Aaron Colton last night, and just to hear, I mean, realistically, I don't think his career would have gone to the depths that it has or the lengths that it has without Red Bull. Just how life-changing just that one deal was. So I would imagine it's probably very similar for you, just the doors it open and the rooms it puts you in, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of those things. They with what comes with Monster comes other deals in general. I mean, to it's kind of an elite thing to have. So even with the riders now that I work with and manage, and if you get them into Monster, it's normally quite easier to get them into other deals, opens other doors, and Yeah, it's a great company, and both of them, both of them. I mean, all the energy drink companies are doing amazing in the motorsports industry. And what they've done for the sport is super good. I mean, I was with both of them for consistent. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So I was Red
That's
Bull.
rare.
Yeah,
That's
I
rare.
was Red Bull with I don't know 6 years at least before I went to Monster, and then I did some really cool stuff with them though, man. That was cool. Like Red Bull put on some crazy good stuff. Like I got to drive a Formula One car.
No way.
Did you?
Yeah.
What year was that?
06 going into 07.
What was it?
The Toro Rosso.
No way.
Yeah. So
What's that like?
dude, it was unbelievable. Funny thing is still to this day, I've never actually watched a Formula One race from start to finish.
You can't, dude.
But
You can't.
but I because I'm just a
just
motorcycle
it's
fan,
just too long.
and yeah, it's just I'm all motorcycles, all or nothing for the motorcycles. But that was a cool experience, and at the end of, I spun it twice. Like I spun it twice because I didn't know. It's so hard.
Did they tell you anything before you?
Yeah, I did. It was a whole like build up the entire year. So I had to go to the factory like, I don't know,
Sim and stuff.
like 5-6 times during the season. I had to go and get seat fitted. It was a big process. And then I had to be able to, you have to be able to get yourself out of the car. So you have to be able to unbuckle yourself, get yourself out of the car within like, I don't know, it's like 3 or 5 seconds or something like that. So that took some practice and kind of build up to get done. But yeah, it was like a seat swap. So I got to drive the car, and then the then driver, Antonio Luizzi, got to ride my MotoGP bike at Valencia, Spain. And it was like the Monday after the Valencia Grand Prix where I was racing MotoGP. It was wild having to ride a, nonstop Friday, Saturday, Sunday MotoGP bike. And then, boom, Monday in a Formula One car. It just, because they're so different. Like, so perfect example, going down front straightaway, Valencia, Spain, you're wide open, 6 gear, 3 back shifts going into turn 1. It's kind of a long, kind of 90-degree corner. So yeah, you back shift 3 times, hard on the brakes, off throttle, trail it in, and then back on the throttle. Formula One, like going how you're supposed to go, is literally wide open. 1 back shift, just barely take your foot off the throttle just to create a little bit of downforce, and then back on it, wide open. And like to wrap my head around that was super wild in the beginning. Like I'd spun it twice, like, and
Dude.
they'd put me out on rain tires, and I just didn't create enough downforce because I was like, I didn't want to go and just do something crazy in the beginning. And so I ended up spinning it twice. And it's not like motorcycles. It's a huge process. Like when you spin it, install it, they've got to pick you up on the crane, and they got to take you back to the pits. Really? And it's like, then after the second time, I was like, luckily I kept it like dry. I kept it running. I didn't stall it or anything, and I was still on track. So I spun it, and I was faced the wrong way, and I couldn't turn around. So I was like, oh, fuck it. So I went and just drove the wrong way around the track, and then came in the pack lane. I'm like, sorry guys, spun it again. And then we had to get back up, and I said, look, put the race tires in. Tell me what to do, and I'll do it. Like, just tell me how I'm supposed to drive this thing, and I'm gonna fucking. And I was like, I'm like, because
suck, right?
Yeah,
I know,
because I'm like, I considered myself. I mean, I've always destroyed people in go-karts, and
really?
and always been like super. Well, thought of myself as like quite a good 4-wheel driver. So I was like, all right, like just tell me what to do, and I'm gonna do it. Like, and then so I went over with the mechanic and the engineers, and like, wow. And I just said, all right, screw it. And I just hammered it. And crazy thing is the harder I drove it,
the better it got.
The easier it got to drive. Like it was just the harder I went and the more downforce you create, the easier it was to drive. And actually the similarities to like a MotoGP bike was like unbelievable. I could feel the front pushing. I could get the front pushing. You could feel the rear. They had the traction control turned like all the way, way up. which obviously if I had another go, but it was funny. I did like a 10, 11 lap run, and I was loving it at that point.
Yeah.
Like, and then they put the inboard on the inboard.
It's having too much fun.
But I stayed out. I'm like fuck. I know I can like nail a good lap, and so I stayed out like 2 extra laps. And even though they kept the inboard out,
Did you have radio or no?
yeah. We had the radio, and they were like, "Hey,
John,
John,
coming."
we need you to come in. You are going to run out of fuel." And so I was like, "Oh, all right." And came in, and it turned out I was only 2 seconds off of the then driver's best lap of
No
Valencia.
way.
Yeah, so he was like, I think something like 38 seconds, 40 seconds off of my MotoGP time.
Yeah.
like
We
on
were
the-
just sharing
on the-
that thing the other day.
Hamilton.
They had
There's no
Toto
way.
on one of the podcasts.
There's no
and
way.
he said that Lewis was only 4 seconds off the GP times.
No
on the
way.
GP bike. I'm like, dude,
No way.
I
it
don't-
sounds good, and the people who watch F1 don't really give a shit, and they probably believe it, but there's no way.
No, I don't think that for a second.
Like, Top
I
Rack
mean,
wasn't even within 4
No,
seconds. You know?
no, I don't think that for a second.
Yeah.
I don't think that's any reality to that at all.
Supposedly he's a
Um,
good talent, though. You would probably know more.
Yeah,
than I.
I've met him a few times, and I've actually ridden on track with him
Yeah, he's
over
supposedly
in
pretty
Europe.
good,
And I
right?
mean, yeah, he's a good rider. Like, he's pretty good, but yeah, he's not like MotoGP off like 4 seconds off.
Yeah,
good.
that's a
like,
different ball game.
Yeah,
I mean, did you think like 4 second? Like you take these wild card guys that are like in top 3 in World Superbike, and they're like they come in 6 seconds off, and they're trying to get to within 2 seconds.
Yeah.
like 4 seconds. Like come on.
No, I don't believe that.
No.
Like I don't. I know there was talk of him, and he was going to make the transfer to MotoGP, but
Yeah.
it's honestly like the skills it takes to ride a motorcycle. It's to be honest, and it's just so different. Like it's just so different. Like there's things that a motorcycle guy would struggle to even learn on the 4 wheels. There are certain aspects, but the general skills needed are so much more technical on a motorcycle than they are racing a car. And it's the same thing with like motocross and supercross going to road racing. So the skills needed to technically be a good road racer, like perfect example, you take like a road racer, never ridden a motocross bike his entire life. You put them on a motocross bike, and I have, and honestly, I've been riding with, I'm talking like top pro level, like World Superbike podium finishing racers, and they'd never ridden a motocross bike before. Got on track with them, and I was like, oh my God, have you ever even ridden a motorcycle
It's
before?
weird.
Yeah.
Like you
weird.
see them on a motocross bike, and they're like unbelievable. But you switch it the other way, and you put like a motocross, like top pro motocross, supercross rider. Yeah, their style might be a little bit weird at
But
first.
they're pretty good.
But they're nailing it. Like they're quick. They're pretty fast.
Yeah. I think the risk level too is just such a big part. Like you have to be comfortable.
Yeah, exactly.
At a certain
And it's
risk.
it's just the technical aspects. Like at the end of the day, it's just controlling a motorcycle, but those skills. But that's exactly why every single like MotoGP rider now or World Superbike, every single high level rider are insanely good at motocross, insanely good at flat track.
you
and
need the
obviously,
skills.
yeah, and you need those skills. And it, like Marc Marquez, you put him out, he could probably easily qualify for a AMA Motocross National.
You think?
Yeah, I think he could qualify for like a AMA Motocross
That
National.
video of him riding a couple weeks ago.
I do see it, but I guess Gagne did. You would say he's probably pretty.
Gagne's legit. I mean,
Gagne's
Yeah,
legit.
yeah,
Gagne's legit.
He grew up. Obviously, yeah, we
could've
grew up
went
in the
pro.
same town.
Yeah.
In Ramona, California. Funny enough, riding. Yeah, motocross is all you do out there.
It's tough. Like, I mean, I say it all the time. Like, if people just solely saw James Rispoli off of motocross, they would say this guy has never done a single thing in his life. You know what I mean? Like, I'm so like, and that's
It
just
is.
being brutally honest. Like, I'm just a squid, but it is insane the technical skills that you need and the amount of ride time you need to be good at motocross and then sustain that good. Like you could have the talent, but you can't do the laps.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy.
It's one of those things that it's just like learning a second language or a third language. It's one of those things. Motocross needs to be done primarily at a young age. You need to be brought up on it at 3, 4, 5, 6. Those where, learn those, extremely technical skills at that age. And then, then when you make the switch to road racing at, whatever, 10, 11, 12, 13, it's that much easier and quicker. And then those motocross skills just, they stick with you.
Yeah.
Like you stick with it. But if you try, like I said, and just get on a motocross bike later in life, it's tough.
That's me, dude.
Yeah. No, it was funny. I think last winter, 2 winters ago, we were out here and Fabio was riding at Paris flat track. And same thing. It was like, I don't think he rides a lot of moto or does a lot of other stuff. And,
He's been definitely riding more, though. You can see.
He's been trying more, but at first he got out there and I don't think he'd ridden much flat track ever. And you can tell like somebody's super tight and the bike's kind of moving around. Like it was just funny to watch because it's like this guy was a world champion.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
It's the same thing with Jorge Lorenzo. Like you get him on a flat track bike.
We've seen
like
the video.
horrendous.
We've seen the video.
It was pretty bad. Like
he posted that video of him on the motorbike. Hey, dude, and like Jorge, you're a badass, but dude, like it's crazy to see.
Yeah.
Like there's no style.
Yeah.
So getting into like early life, that's really where you started was motocross though. You grew up really kind of the trajectory was you were going to go that route, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it was all motocross. Like everything was motocross for me. I mean, I was doing all of the major amateur national races, Loretta Lynn, Ponca City, the Minios. Like I was constantly traveling the country racing motocross. I mean, I was raised in the high deserts of California to British parents. They'd moved over, obviously wanted to give the family a better life, a more active life, because obviously the weather and everything in the UK, it's tough to get outdoors.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's funny. I've got 3 older sisters as well that were all born in the UK. So I was the golden ticket. Mom, dad moved out with me, and then, I was born, and they got the green cards. I got the passport, and from literally birth, all I ever knew was on the weekends we were at the desert camping, riding motocross, and my first bikes my dad built straight out of a junkyard. He went to a junkyard, built me like a kind of somewhat of a Honda mini trail, which I used to ride around the neighborhood, and it was pictures of me riding it down the road, no helmet, like no shirt, like. I see him in the house now, and I look at him, but it's a different time now. But I mean, it was something I loved, and I enjoyed it, and it was funny. We went out to see a friend of mine, a family friend of ours, of my mom and dad, and we went out and checked out a race, and it was at Ascot Raceway. So it was like a big speedway, Ascot Speedway in Los Angeles, and it was right. Almost just outside downtown Los Angeles towards the beach, and unfortunately not there anymore, but they had a motocross track, and I think it was like Thursday or Friday night, they used to have the motocross event. And I remember seeing the kids, seeing the Pee-wees and Pee-wee 50s, and I told my parents, I'm like, well, why can't I do that? Like, I want to do that. And they were like, oh, here we go. So, yeah, we ended up coming out, and we checked the specs and everything, and I was allowed to race this little, converted Honda mini trail junkyard bike in the race. So we ended up getting there in our van, and my dad pulled it out, and I don't know, they tell me the story, I don't really remember it a whole lot, but apparently 4 or 5 people came up and they were like, you're not actually thinking of racing that thing, are you? and they were like, yeah. Anyways, I went out and I ended up having a super good race. I ended up I don't know, I think I was 8th out of 20, 23 or 4 kids. And it was funny, the next week, we invited Grandma, because Grandma had a little bit of money. So she had her retirement money, and we invited Grandma to the race. And sure enough, worked like a charm. she saw what I was racing. She's like, well, he can't be out on that. We need to get him a new bike. And sure enough, boom. On the Monday, I got myself a brand new little Pee Wee 50, and then it was just, and then that literally became our life. Like that became our life, and to my sisters, everything. Like it took a lot of sacrifice on their part, because when we started traveling, it was just nonstop from there. And yeah, it was funny. It was at a Ponca City National, and it was funny. They, at the same weekend as the Ponca City, which is like major, so every top motocross kid from America and even the world comes into that one spot to obviously race motocross. But on the facility was a go-kart track, and on the go-kart track was actually little YSR 50s. So those used to be like, you know, the monopoly over you know, little road race bikes, mini road racing. If you wanted to, you rode a YSR 50, and they were having their national championship on the karting circuit on the same weekend, and they ended up having a exhibition race. My dad came from the roads. He'd raced like Isle of Man and did quite a bit of road riding himself in the UK. He saw the advertising for the exhibition, so he said, hey, like, why don't we do it? And I was like, yeah, I just like racing, so yeah, I'll do it. Like, that'd be fun. So I entered in it, and it was funny because all the other kids, there wasn't a lot of motocross kids that actually came and did it. I was only one of the few motocross kids that actually came to do it. But the ones that were there were kids that weren't old enough yet for the YSR 50, but they were riding little Pee Wee 50s, but with dirt track tires and stuff. And I had these like full-blown knobby tires because I was obviously racing the national. And yeah, I went out and literally lapped second place in both. Like I did the 60cc and the 50cc race. So I had my little 60, and with the knobby tires, ended up in the Pee Wee class. I lapped second place.
That's crazy.
That's so sick.
But I mean, I guess coming from motocross, right?
Yeah,
probably
exactly.
just easier.
Yeah,
Just no jumps.
yeah, exactly. It was just and just the rhythm. I liked it being smooth and the. Yeah, just the feeling, like the rhythm of it was awesome. And it was funny because everyone, like, so all of the Hayden brothers were actually there racing that same weekend. Huh. So Tommy and Nicky were on the YSR 50s, and Roger Hayden was actually in my in the Pee Wee class.
You lapped
so
him?
he was,
lapped him?
Yeah.
No way.
So,
We're clipping that.
yeah, so it was good. So obviously, like, there were a lot of people there from, like, people came, you know, speaking to my parents after the race, and they were like, oh, and, you know, my family didn't have a lot of money. I think it was that race where we actually got stuck. So we were stuck halfway across the country, and my family didn't have any more money. So Grandma had to Western Union some money just so that we could get enough fuel to get home. So, you know, if it wasn't for support throughout my entire career, but it was that weekend where my parents got chatting to some people from California, and they were like,
John
hey,
Ulrich is out there just scouting.
yeah, exactly. And he was like, the second you get back to California, man, we're going to put your kid on a YSR 50. Like, you got to bring him out and try it. And so that's what I did, and I went out to a little kart circuit just south of here, Mago, which is not really there anymore. It's near the Paula Fox Raceway motocross track. And yeah, it was actually raining that day, but I didn't actually crash, but enjoyed it, liked it, and then that was it. They were like, hey, well, you know, if you want to come out and race our bike, you know.
Who was they?
So it was a guy named Dave Vincent at the time. So he ran like a little team and had a dealership and sold, you know, YSR 50s and so forth. So he was the one that like supported me in the beginning, and then the person who actually ran the championship, once we got into it and I started winning races, and the one who ran the championship, CMRRA, was Al Lyons. So he had a daughter that was kind of into racing, and so she raced, and he had all the bikes, and, you know, he had quite a, you know, a decent amount of money himself. But his his daughter just kind of just got out of the sport, wasn't, you know, that. She was in it for a while and did well, but obviously it just wasn't her thing, lost interest. And So he had all the bikes, and so boom, he started putting me on the bikes, and then that was it. I just literally went through the ranks with him from 50s to the 80cc convert, to the Moriaki 80, to the 125 Grand Prix bike at Willow Springs. But it was funny because I was doing them both, and
Meaning you're still racing moto.
yeah, so I was
Okay,
racing motocross,
okay.
but motocross was my priority, which was
Oh,
funny.
yeah,
Like
okay.
motocross was always my priority up until about 12. Like it was sad. It was a year.
Was
I
it more
lost my-
difficult? Was it more difficult for you, moto, or no?
No, I mean yeah, it was 10 times more difficult. Like because of the competition, I
Okay.
was having to race.
Yeah, you weren't just winning.
I
Yeah,
was-
what era was that motocross wise? Like who were you coming up with? What year was that?
So I was racing, funny enough, with the guy that I lived with. So Billy Lanovich.
Oh no way! The guy who's making the gate still?
Yeah. So
Dude, he's still making the gates in
yeah,
250.
he's in Supercross right now.
That's crazy.
So me and Billy were like, well, we were close to best friends, like growing up in Ramona. We both grew up in Ramona together, and I mean, he was the one closest to me. So I used to beat him quite regularly. So I beat him out of all like the championships
Could you
and the minis and stuff. And I grew up racing with Twitch. So Jeremy
Okay,
Stenberg.
yeah.
So it was funny. We were talking about it just at this last Supercross. Because we would go to Brone Oaks local track. That was like our home, like local track, and it was cool. They had like this infield triple, and it was funny because out of all of the 80cc riders, so Twitch, he grew up with a family from East County, San Diego. They were they loved moto, but they were the bikes weren't the best. He had
Okay.
this
A little rough
like
around the edges.
yeah,
Okay.
so he had this like just clacked out Honda CR80, like, but I mean the thing ran, and like it was crazy because we were at Brone Oaks every other weekend, and they had this like infield triple, and it was a good like 75 100 foot like big, and it was gnarly back then. Like jumps back then aren't like motocross tracks now where they're all super rounded, and like it was like a proper like triple. If you case this thing, it wasn't going to go well. Like it
die.
was, it wasn't going to be a happen ending. You weren't just going to just bounce and roll a little bit, but. It was funny because and they would always kind of change the lip. Sometimes it'd be a little bit like, more of a speed jump and it'd be easier to clear. Sometimes they made it like quite steep. And so you got the height, but you would struggle sometimes to get the distance. On a CR80 and my RM80 at the time, like it was funny. We'd go to Saturday practice and then we'd pull up and we'd be like, oh, and it was always who was going to do it first, whether he
You
was
were
going to do
Twitch?
it. Yeah. And it was always just either or. I mean, he wasn't, he was only in the 80 beginner class where I was in the 80 intermediate at the time. But he used to jump, he jumped amazing. Like he always used to jumping was his thing, like from the beginning. And it was funny. It was either or every time. And like you had to like scrub because it was this big bowl turn berm, and you had to like second, third, like sometimes you even had to click fourth,
And
like
just-
and you'd pull it up and
nuts.
and get over it. But it
was that your MO like growing up where you were the risk taker
yeah,
kinda?
always like push the limits, like push the limits from day one. Like that was my deal. Like it always was. I was all or nothing, and always kind of push the limits and would do things others would obviously normally just say, oh no, I wouldn't do that. Like
Yeah.
Always. Yeah.
Think twice at least.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Could you imagine Hopper on the fucking SX grid, like
Yeah,
on the
but-
gate?
It's factory cowie.
But
Monster engine.
that's what's funny. So, fast
that what you
forward,
wanted to
fast
do?
forward to the age of 15, I had the option. So I had the option to either go pro motocross so the pro motocross option was I had a contract with Team Green, so they were going to take me to do the full deal, the full ride. They were going to give me the bikes, the setup, and that's normally the way it works. You basically do a year with them. They take you to all of the main nationals, like like the ones we were talking about, but fully supported.
No money yet.
No money, yeah. It was just like a full like support ride.
Yeah.
And then the year after, obviously, you go and do a good year with them. Then they put you on the Supercross grid with, the back then was like Spitfire, Kawasaki, or something, and or wherever they wanted to place you. But and then I had a deal with John Ulrich to either go pro road racing.
How'd you meet John though?
So I grew up with riding with Chris here at this
No
place
way.
where we
At
are
this
now.
track?
No
at
way.
this track.
That's what I was gonna ask you. Like this whole thing,
It's
with
gotta be
growing up
full
at the car
circle.
tracks, full circle, I guess.
Yep.
Right?
So this track was where I primarily did all of my racing. So
wow.
Same surface?
yeah, everything. It's like identical now as it was 35 years ago.
That's insane.
So until we've just taken this over, and but like 6 months ago, it was basically the identical track
Yeah.
as it was
Yeah.
35
Well, that's
years
what-
ago.
when he said he thinks he wants to do like Apex would be all right, I'm like, have you been to Apex, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Dude.
He's like, no. He said they put up some buildings. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, no, I mean, dude, when we took this place over, it was bad. Like, even like my attorney, like that handled the agreements and the contracts and stuff.
You
they're
sure,
like,
John? You
they're
really
like,
wanna do-
they're like, John, what are you doing? Like, this is, I don't, but I saw the potential, like,
Yeah.
and I know what our project is, and affiliated with Avala USA. Like, I knew what this place can be, and I know what it can be.
Yeah.
And I knew then, like, obviously she didn't know the motorcycle industry and what we could do and what we could attract, and the potential in it. Obviously, it takes money to make money, and there's a lot that we're needing to invest. But I believe, once we do what we're planning to do, it's we are in the two-wheel capital of the entire world.
Yeah.
Sadly, they're all riding motocross, and same thing growing up to
Yeah.
be supercross stars. That's what they imagine. But the hard reality is 10, 15 in the world are actually going to make a decent living, like actually be able to support themselves and make a living doing it. Whereas, road racing, you have so many more options. It's obviously not how it was back in my day,
there's a lot of
but
people
there's
living at
so
least.
many more options. Like you can solidly make a good living in Moto America, British Superbike, Australian Superbike, World Superbike, MotoGP, then you can make still ridiculous money. So it's there's a lot more opportunity, and so that's our goal. That is our whole. I mean, we'll talk about that later, but that was our whole vision behind it, was to infiltrate
also,
MX.
it's got to be a pretty, for you, like emotionally, it's something you're invested in, not just like, oh, this is, maybe I can make some money back, or it's a business thing. It's like, sounds like it's something that is such a big part of your, life.
No, exactly. So I there's no way in my life that I would have been a professional racer, let alone make it to the pinnacle of the sport, if I didn't have support throughout my entire career, from a very early age. So being able to give back to the sport and hopefully, be one of the ones involved with massively turning it around in this country would be
Huge.
a dream of mine. Yeah, that is my all-time dream. If I just want everyone out there in the U.S. to see how cool this sport really is. Like, I mean, the rest of the world's getting it. Like, a lot of Europe's getting it. Like, and I know.
Like Asia's getting it.
And
now.
Asia's getting it. Like, it's the rest of the world's getting it. Like, and I know America can be on board and just really love it and dig in and be a big fan. I mean, it's crazy. So when we were racing here in MotoGP, back in 05, 06, we brought it back, and we were doing Laguna, me, Nikki, Colin. We had 5 Americans on the grid, which was good. Even then, I don't think that's what, the American fan, they did love that. But I mean, it was just, they were still quite interested in the sport and loved it. The hardcore fans, but it was crazy because back then we always outdid Formula One in America. So when Formula One came to America, we outdid them. We outdid them in spectators. We outdid them in viewership on television, everything. Like, we outperformed Formula One consistently, like every American Grand Prix for multiple years. And then obviously Liberty Media came in, and then Drive to Survive came out,
Killed
and
Right place, right
it
time.
is insane. Like Formula One now is a household name in America.
Yeah.
Like,
Dude, Texas.
it's just ridiculous. Like, so I've got friends that I grew up with and went to high school with and so forth. And like, you know, they only watched MotoGP because they knew kind of I was in it.
Yeah.
And so they would watch it occasionally. But, you know, you asked them then like what Formula One was or anything. They were like, like,
Yeah.
it was a joke.
Yeah.
Like, it was known as a joke. Like, you know, look at Talladega Nights.
Right.
Like,
Ricky
Yeah,
Bobby.
Ricky Bobby.
Yeah.
it was
Yeah,
more
yeah.
of a joke, like, oh, like, you know, in their little tight suits and
Yeah.
and that's how it was. That's like what it was kind of the general consensus
Yeah.
of Formula One in the US. And then obviously Drive to Survive came out and you know, I had spent my life, you know, I don't watch it, but I have massive respect for Formula One and what they do in the cars, and the performance is amazing. Like, so I saw how cool it was, like when I was over, because I was over in Europe at such a young age and would see it, you know, regularly and stuff. But yeah, it was crazy. It wasn't, when that Drive to Survive came out, then it just exploded, man. And
What do you think people got from Drive to Survive though? That's what I've been trying to understand. Like, you know, obviously there's been talk about if MotoGP had a series or like whatever the case is that would do the same thing. But why do you think, what do you think actually got to people out of Drive to Survive? Because the racing obviously isn't it.
it gives that you put that relationship, and you get to know the people. You get to know the behind the scenes. You get to know the characters. You get to know the real scene. And they did a great job in. I only saw like a little bit of it, but everyone, like, you know, everyone I've spoken to, any of my friends, because I was curious as well. Like even the friends, like I said, that when I brought up Formula One, they're like, "Oh yeah, my daughter wants to be a chief engineer and this," and I asked them like, "Well, what was it?" And it was like, "Man, it's just I got to see what really goes on, the real behind the scenes, and they got to be able to put a face and a name on the characters, and you know, they made the story exciting. They got to know the chief engineer, the mechanics, what the drivers go through, to see that the drivers are actually real people. You know, they make mistakes, they say dumb shit. They you know, it's
They go through the same like
emotions.
Yeah. They get like, I mean, for me, what it did was because, for instance, like we had Liam in there, but we didn't have like an American. But it allows you to find somebody that you aligned with, and you can root for somebody, right?
Yeah.
Because that's at the end of the day. If you don't have a dog in the horse, or, sorry, you don't have
Got that dog in that horse.
whoa. If you don't have somebody to root for, it's like it's tough to watch something.
Do you think though that the money is a lot of that though? Like obviously, yeah, it's great that you can learn about a race engineer, right? But if you watch Moto America and you learn about the race engineers, then you hear that they're only making, you know, $700 a day, and you go, well, that's not really enough to live. Whatever the case is, do you think that there's any correlation between that and the relatability, or even the interest? Because obviously Americans in general are so infatuated with money and clothes
and salary
cars
and
salary.
income
And everything's Gucci, dude. Everything is sick.
But it does play.
sick.
It is it's a good job to make, and
But
it's
I
a
think,
good job
like,
to have. And when you know that you can grow up and be a rock star. Everybody wants to be a rock star, and you can make all that, you know, money, but them knowing that of what they can make and what they can do is huge. I think that does play a big part of it, you know. But
Because it's like you watch MotoGP and you don't see that's like not. I think because us as like motorcycle racers, we don't really give a shit about that kind of side of things so much, but. You know, it's an interesting thing, like where if everyone knew that, you know, Marquez probably has a couple Ferraris or, you know, whatever in his garage, and he's got it, he's done it. You know, people really don't realize in America how much Marc Marquez makes.
Yeah, exactly.
So they did,
But
But the other thing is, I don't think that, I mean, no offense to Dorna, but they own what they're selling, right? So they're like, whereas Netflix, they didn't, I mean, what it looks like is really didn't give a fuck if you're Toto or whoever. Like, if you said some dumb shit, they're running with it.
I heard that they had the final cut And that was a big part of it for the Netflix thing. So they actually, F1 had no say in what they put out.
Yeah, and
Netflix
I think
had
that is
But
it's huge.
You need that.
Yeah.
You need that.
You look at
because-
the Dorner one, and it still was polished.
Oh, it's disgusting. That whole thing was just a travesty. Like that was not good. It
Yeah,
wasn't good
it
for
was
the
a bummer.
sport. It was bad.
Yeah.
Like
I think also not being in English is tough.
Yeah,
Obviously,
exactly.
we're biased because we're American.
no,
but
man, it was terrible. That was a big mistake on their part. Like that was, and it was crazy, man, because we actually had like a full television show like in the works. We had. So at the time we were trying to do one with American Racing and Joe and the Americans and bringing them over, and we had the story, and we had filmed a couple episodes. We had done the pilot, and we had shopped around. We had like 4 or 5 platforms that were ready to go. That were like, let's do this. Let's make it happen. This is good. And all that while we were doing that, we knew of the show that was being filmed by MotoGP, and they were all Italian like producers and stuff. And I was like, well, I was it was sad because I knew then like they were probably going to portray it badly, and it wasn't probably going to be as good as it needed to be, and it was bad because it went out and
Nobody watched it.
And it just, I mean, it was like a snowball effect instantly. All the platforms
Gone.
Really?
Every single platform
Because
were
they
like,
saw how badly that did?
Yeah, exactly. And just how badly it did, and they were like, sorry guys, sorry, it's not.
I mean,
it's not our time. It's not a good time.
You could literally see the Netflix and then what it did, and then the snowball it makes. I mean, for me, I watched a couple F1s after. Right, I don't really watch it now, but I watched a few after those series, and I was like, dude, I could actually get back into this. I race now because of it. Like, I'm just saying, like, it does have an effect. Think of how many kids that watched it, and now, hey, I want to go get a go-kart.
Yeah, but that's how it works, man.
Yeah.
Like you need when I was growing up, man, Supercross was on the television. The only thing that was on the television was Supercross
Worldwide
and
sports or
motocross,
something, right?
and that was it. I watched it with my dad, and it was like the greatest thing ever. And there wasn't one single career day in any time in my life, like whether it was in kindergarten or 5th grade or even when I was a freshman in high school or whatever. We had like the full-on career day, and there wasn't one time in my life where I didn't say I wanted to be a professional motorcycle racer. That's all I wanted to be for my job, was a professional motorcycle racer. And I saw it on TV, and that's what we need now. We need to have it on TV. It needs to be shown to kids. Kids need to see their heroes, people that they can look up to, that they can aspire to. They've got to see it to believe it and want it.
Especially now.
When it's unknown, and the only kids you're getting now is just because the dad was maybe a super fan and he wanted his kid to race, and so he gets him on the bike and tries to kind of get him into the sport, but when he goes home, you barely see it on TV. Like the way look at MotoGP, it's crazy here. Like, you watch MotoGP, it's literally like 1 hour. It's a 1 hour show, like from the warm-up lap to maybe like the finish line, a couple little interviews at the end if you're lucky, but like that's it, you know. Whereas every single European network and station and so forth,
huge.
They literally, from Friday morning to Sunday night, they basically go on air live at they go on air live at like 8 in the morning, and they are on air live
all
at
day.
MotoGP until till like 4 or 5 o'clock.
It's like Sports Center, dude.
Well, I talk about that all the time. It's like, can you imagine, like, people literally sit around all day and they just talk about football.
Yeah.
Like,
dude, that's
day.
what it is. Like, they literally set up. I mean, you have like TNT Sports, you got whatever, and they literally stand in pit lane or on pit walk and just talk.
Yeah. So
I
it
didn't know
goes
that.
back and forth. Yeah. So it's all they've got like a team of presenters, and it's exactly like NFL. Like, when the game stops or there's an intermission or halftime or whatever, boom, it goes to the pundits and the presenters, and they go back and they're talking about the race or the rider. They've got clips, and it's just an all day show. And you know, it's something that they because of it, you know, so many more people want to be professional motorcycle racers.
Yeah.
They want to be motorcycle riders. They want to be racers.
Kids are seeing it and they're hearing it.
Yeah.
Well, that gives us a good opportunity. We do a tech tip presented by Law Tigers. So, you know, Law Tigers are America's motorcycle lawyers. A motorcycle accident isn't something you ever expect, but you need to be prepared in case they do. What would be, obviously you got this place going, as you can hear bikes in the background, some kids out there ripping. What would be, you know, a tip that you would give to a dad that's trying to get his kid out here, you know, maybe a little bit worried about him getting hurt, or, you know, whatever the case is, the right kind of equipment? What would be something you would suggest? What would be the route to go?
Well, I mean, we offer obviously demo programs out here. You know, get your kid on a bike. You know, whether it's a friend's or you know, if you don't want to, you know, just go all out and buy the bike straight in the beginning, maybe get them on a friend's bike, or come out, do a demo event on a bike. But 100% be in the correct, you know, safety gear when you're doing it. You know, obviously there's loads of brands and companies. Obviously Alpine Stars have always been my main sponsor, but they, you know, they do amazing, you know, kid suits, and we actually are going to have a full range out here at the track. So for when we're doing the demo and rental ridings and stuff like that, we're going to have like the full range of
So
suits,
literally,
bike.
they could come in and get a suit,
everything.
rent a bike, and just try it.
Yeah.
That's huge. That's what we need.
Yeah.
Yeah, accessibility.
Yeah.
Accessibility.
Perfect.
And yeah, it's needed. You know, you definitely want to have, because even though road racing is far more safe than, you know, motocross competitively on that side, but you know, on the road racing and motocross, yeah, it's far more safe, generally safe. You know, it's still dangerous, don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's, you know, normally when you crash on the smaller mini bikes, you've always, whatever, you just slide and you get right back up, you know.
So having good gears.
Having
is key.
good gear, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, that's our Law Tigers tech tip. If you know somebody injured in a motorcycle accident, always call Law Tigers first. The service is at no cost to the riders. They fight to get riders taken care of and back on the road. With Law Tigers, you never ride alone. 1-800-LAW-TIGERS.
Give them a call. Well, we've been talking about a bunch of random stuff, but I want to kind of dive in. I read your book. Your book was sick. I've read a few other books, you know, that other guys have put out, and a lot of them tend to be just kind of like, you know, a little bit egotistical, a little bit whinging about why they didn't do things or whatever the case is. And yours was just your story, which your story's, you know, pretty gnarly. So going back to, that must be Joe out there.
Joe.
Yeah.
Guys got to chill
Chop
out.
the exhaust off or
Getting
something.
real happy with himself. He knows
Yeah,
we're in
no.
here filming, so
Yeah,
he's doing that just to be
I'm sure. I'm sure. Growing up, you know, I know your parents came over here from England. What were your parents doing, like, to be able to support? You know, we talked about getting into racing and how expensive it is and stuff. What did your parents actually do when they moved to America? What were they working as?
So my dad basically became a truck driver. So yeah, my dad was just a truck driver, and it's funny because I love driving. Like, I love road trips. Like, I love road trips, and it's funny. It's actually something I could see. It's actually if I didn't have any other job or anything, I'd be like, oh, I could be a truck driver.
Like an 18-wheeler guy?
Yeah, he was full 18-wheeler. He actually drove some important. He actually drove the what was it? One of the main, like, recent, it was like in the 80s. It was one of the big shuttle missions.
No way.
So he drove the
Spaceship?
I don't know, one a big part of the spaceship out to Florida.
That's cool.
Which, because it had been, you know, manufactured here, and then he had to get it out to Florida. But yeah, he used to drive all kinds of stuff. But yeah, he was a truck driver. My mom was basically a old school phone operator. Yeah,
Like a
so
switchboard or
yeah,
something. No
on the
way.
old switchboard. And I remember going into work with her and all these, like, cables and lights, and yeah, I used to be doing the full operating, like, switchboard.
Can you imagine screwing somebody's day up?
Yeah.
Just crossing
No
some
problem.
lines.
or just like yoink, like sorry,
straight out.
yeah, I don't like you.
Pull that connection. But yeah, so I mean, we didn't have big money growing up. So, like I said, that's why it took all that support. But even worse, we started to just about dive into it before, but it was about 12 years old that was when my dad passed away. So he passed away of lung cancer, unfortunately, and it was crazy because in his final weeks, he was in a wheelchair. He was in a bad way, but he had gotten better. The chemo, he was fighting it for a couple years, and it was at the point where it was like this. He was coming back, and it was bad, and they had already done the operations and chemos, and he was on the decline bad. He was in a wheelchair, but he actually witnessed me riding a 125cc bike at the streets of Willow for the first time. And it was, I explain a story in my book. I don't know if I could go
No,
into
yeah,
No, this is raw, baby.
We're
Whatever,
R.
anything you
So
want.
I rode the bike for the first time. I'm obviously a 12-year-old kid. I'm, hitting puberty or whatever. I rode the bike, and I'm going up the front straightaway, and I still remember this vividly. And like, I'm going up the front straightaway, like, fucking so excited, like going up the front straightaway that I got fucking super fucking excited of the speed. I was like, yes, this is fucking awesome.
For people that don't know, Hopper just did a fucking big old stiffy.
Yes, dude. Oh, I was like, this is fucking awesome. Like,
Yeah.
this is like,
Yeah.
I love this. Like, I'm
so
12 years old doing 120 mile an hour. I was like, yes.
I like racing. I don't know if I've ever liked it.
Fucking
Yeah.
rock star, baby.
So-
Now I know what it takes, though.
And then that turned the tables for me. Like, it was that, I was like, okay, like, road racing became my priority then. Now I was like, yeah, I want to, this is when I wanted to do, I put a lot more focus into road racing from that point. The only problem is I just didn't have anywhere to ride, nowhere.
Yeah.
I rode once a month at Willow Springs because I was too young to race anywhere else. So the only time I rode was on a Friday, once a month at Fast Track Fridays at Willow Springs. And then from there, I would just, and then went into racing at 13, 14.
What was it like? Obviously your dad, anyone who races their dad, or they always have a father figure. That's kind of a big part of that. Did it feel like it got hard all of a sudden when that happened for you to kind of keep going?
Yeah, it was tough, and it's funny we talked about Billy because right when my dad passed away, my mom, I don't know, I think she didn't want me being around the house and getting kind of down on it, and I was kind of weird. Like, I was kind of weird when my dad died, and I still never even really dove into this at all, like with anybody. But I didn't cry. Like, I didn't cry when my dad died. Like, I was the one that found him, because my sister had went to school earlier than what I went to school, and I always rode my bike to school. But she came in and was like, "Hey, can you go check on Dad? He's sleeping now, but can you go and check on him before you go to school? Just make sure if he needs anything before you leave." Because the nurse was like expected to come in, not long after I was leaving for school. So I was like, yeah, no problem. So obviously she left school. I got ready for school and was going to ride my bike to school. And I went and checked on him, and he was cold. And I knew then, and I kind of shook him for a little bit. And then I was like, oh. And then I went and I called my sister, and I was like, and my mom. I called my mom, not my sister because we didn't have cell phones then, but I called my mom and told her, and obviously she rushed home, and I literally went and laid on my bed, and just sat there laying on my bed, like looking at this. I don't know, it was a Supercross poster that I had in my room, and just sat there, like just staring at that for hours. Like, even when my mom and everyone, like, they came in and carted him out, I just laid on my bed, like
shock.
Yeah, just shock, like just kind of numb. Like, it sucked. Like, I always had a closer relationship with my mom as I was growing up. I was quite a big mommy's boy, like growing up, and I was a mom was always the one, but I did still have that great relationship with my dad. Like I loved him, and my dad was amazing. He always was selfless, helped everyone else at the track. He spent more time working on everyone else's fucking bikes than my own. But like, yeah, everyone loved him. He was just a stoner. Like always they were going off on their nature walks with the other parents. Like, and but he was just a super good dude, and would give everyone the shirt off his back. Was a good guy, but it was sad because I never really truly I mean, I went with road trips with him and stuff like that, but I never really had that opportunity to truly get to know him as you would normally with the father when you're grow up post-teen years and so forth. That's when you kind of need that father figure. And so yeah, it was tough, and then it was extremely tough on my mom. But so she actually sent me. I went and stayed and lived with Billy Lanovich. I went and lived with Billy for like 2 weeks because his family were like big Christians, like really big into religion and stuff. And I think my mom just wanted me to be and having a good influence and things. And so yeah, it was good.
Do you feel like there was like a shift at that point in terms of your mentality around racing? Like I know for me personally, and I think for most racers or people that compete at something that takes so much mental capacity, like you kind of compartmentalize stuff and you can kind of like put shit in a box just to go ride,
Yeah, I think I think even more I put things into racing at that point. Like I knew I was now the man of the house, and I literally put everything. Racing was going to be my goal. That was going to be my life. And it was crazy because I had a 6th grade teacher, and it was that same year. Like I went from having like the most amazing teacher ever in my life in 5th grade. Super cool. Like she was super supportive of me racing. When I came back from trips, like she would have me show my trophies and like explain where I was and where I traveled, and like just always like, follow your dreams, all that, to literally this just fucking troll, evil bitch, like unbelievable. Like, and then my dad had just died, and I was obviously, I was going to act out and not be, I was going to be a tough kid at that time anyways, but she was just horrible. Like, constantly, because I was having to take time off to go ride or go, I'd have to take a few days off here, a few days off here or there. And she was always on my case, like, oh, racing, you're just a joke. Like, racing's never going to get you anything. You need to focus your life on school. And I was always like a solid student. Like, as in elementary, I was always like, top, A's, B's, regular C. I was always quite good in school in the elementary years. And then I had that teacher, and she was just like just crazy. Like, honestly, like it was always like, it seemed like every week she was telling me like I'm gonna be a failure and racing's gonna make me a bum and negative and this and that. And it was literally at that point that I kind of just went, screw this. Like, I don't need school. Like, school became like a lot less of a priority from that point forward. And I was like, I'm gonna focus on. I did the bare minimum in school just to get by, and then even more focus into racing. And and then it was at that point, like I said, at the split road that we were talking about, I had the team green option or go road racing with John Ulrich. Obviously, Al was helping me out, and then John came along and had seen my potential and said, look, we'll basically give you I think it was like $40,000 contract at 15.
So that was probably a big decision.
Yeah, and that was huge for my family, because that was money I could put into my family and who had been supporting me financially.
What year would that have been?
So that was 1999.
Oh, wow.
So you literally had, hey, well, I can go ride for free moto or get paid to ride your first real contract
Yeah,
in
yeah.
whatever.
And
Yeah.
were you thinking about it in terms of like how hard it would be to make that 40,000 in motocross versus how much maybe easier it was for road racing? Was that like a thing for you too, or you kind of like this is kind of the easier road?
It felt like the easier road. Like I could get to the pinnacle a heck of a lot easier and quicker than I could going that route.
Did anybody help you make a decision, or was that just solely yours?
No, it was solely mine.
Wow.
Like it was. I mean, my mom was. She was never like take this one way or the other. Even knowing the money was on offer, she's like, look, if there is motocross, we'll do everything we can to, support. But it was going to take a huge load off of her, even if I did go the motocross route. And she just said, do what you love. And it was a tough decision in that regard, but even then I thought of it, and it's still kind of the case now, but I always kind of thought of it as road racing was I loved it, and it was always my passion and so forth, but motocross was always my first love. Like, it was something I get out and I love it. Like, and it's freedom, like unbelievable freedom. So I could keep road racing as my job.
Road racing's like your wife, and
yeah, exactly.
motocross is your girlfriend.
Yeah, exactly. And motocross was my escape. Like,
Nice.
and I could keep it as my first love.
Okay.
From that point forward, and kind of always was. And
That's
then,
crazy to think like that. I mean, you were young.
yeah, and it was a big decision. And it was funny though, because I went out and I did it, and it was cool. Like we started off racing the Aprilia Cup Challenge because I wasn't old enough yet, so I was turning 16 like mid-year. So he had to put me out first time on the Aprilia Cup Challenge bike, and I was in it. Ben Spies was racing with me in that, and some other bunch of people like that raced in Moto America and stuff, like Jason DeSalvo and some others were in that. And won that. So that was cool. Got a trip to Italy, got to test the 125 Grand Prix bike in Italy, which was cool. But that was it was cool. Like all the Aprilia Cup Challenge winners. It's kind of exactly similar program what we have with our FIM mini GP now, but basically Aprilia did it then, and all the winners from around the world. And it was funny, like Australian one was like Brock Parks, and there was a bunch of like pro guys still around that's
really cool, that
were in that with me. But it was, and then boom, straight to 600 Supersport, 750 Supersport, and I went, and it was funny with the money. I bought my mom a car. So first thing I did was bought my mom a Ford Mustang. She said she always wanted a Ford Mustang. So
V6 or V8?
No, I was just a V6. Yeah. So
how much was that? Do you know? You have any idea?
No, it was like 18,000.
So you took literally like half your paycheck.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then I went and bought myself a Ford F-150. So
you got no money
left. Bought myself a Ford F-150. And then did like some conversions, but I was making quite a bit of money in bonuses, and like I got a couple little sponsorship deals. I mean, that first year I was making like 60. Ended up making like 65 thousand or something like that.
That's a pretty big year,
especially with like the bonuses and things.
Yeah,
and it was funny. Like I was in school. I was rocking up and brand new, like
making more than the teacher.
Yeah, exactly. It was quite cool.
But was that like a hard? Do you look back on that now and like think about kind of how maybe it forced you to have to grow up a little bit quicker, obviously, and like what that did to you later on in life as you're like a younger adult?
Yeah, I think so. Like I had to grow up quite quick. Like it forced me to become an adult very fast. I was on the road. I was traveling, even though I had guardians, between John Ulrich and the mechanics and stuff like that. I was basically on the road in the paddocks, living in the paddocks from 15 on. Like I was traveling from that point, and I didn't have that chance to even though when I came home with my friends, I still did all the stuff. I was still like catching up on the high school parties, and I was always be back on the Sunday night or on the off weekend. I'd still go to high school parties and do all that stuff. But it was crazy. I ended up, my mom, she thought because I was under the age of 18, like, you know, and she didn't really know, but, you know, I was 15, 16, but they didn't think that I was going to have to pay taxes at the end of the year. So I didn't know anything about taxes at that thing. So I was like, oh, yeah, you asked me at 15, like, I was like, what the fuck are taxes?
Who
like,
would
yeah.
know that?
And yeah, that bit me massively.
You had a big
like,
tax bill?
Yeah, so we got back, and at the end of the year, they were like, "Okay, well, where's our fucking 30 grand?"
Yeah.
And
Like it's spent.
like,
what 30 grand?
what 30 grand?
My F-150 over here.
And yeah, that bit me fucking super hard in life. So it was gnarly. My mom didn't have 30 grand that she could just go and say,
Yeah.
"Oh, here, like, you know, I'll loan it." She didn't have that, and so yeah. In penalties, and in the end I ended up paying like, I don't know, 100 and
What?
yeah, like 100 and something thousand in penalties, just in penalties.
Wait,
from
what?
From not having the money from the time that I finally paid it off. Yeah, it was 120 something thousand.
So you go to John's, you race Supersport, you get the job, you start making money, do all that, and the next year how many years did you ride for John before?
So two and a half, like 3 technically, but
so going
including 3 years total with the Aprilia Cup
stuff.
Challenge, half the year, and then boom, the 2 championships. So I won the 750 Supersport
right away.
Yeah, so I won the
Was
7.
it? Sorry.
Yeah, go.
Was it easy?
Yeah, it was like it
For you,
came.
for
Yeah,
you.
it was.
It just came easy.
Yeah, it just came easy.
Never
like
riding a
yeah,
bike
it
or
was,
anything?
and it wasn't like, but
No.
but I mean, I had gnarly races. Like, it was funny. I was just talking with someone about one recently at Daytona. Like my first ever actual national pro win was at Daytona, and it was in 750 Supersport, and it was with this guy, Jimmy Moore, his name was. And
Is that against Richie too? Probably.
Yeah.
What year would that have been?
Yeah. Same. Yeah. So it was 2000.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
That's funny.
and this dude, like, it was the same year, exactly the same year.
Yeah.
And but he was gnarly, man. He came by and just came down and just completely drafted me going into the tri-oval, and then just completely chopped my front and actually clipped my front, and my front like folded completely, like.
Scary.
But because you're doing like whatever speed, the inertia,
Just
I
pushes.
somehow managed to like just get it back, but like massive, like full lock front, like for I don't know.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, it was like one of the, and it's still, I remember it vividly, and still one of the scariest moments ever. And Jimmy Moore. That was a. I ended up beating him though. I ended up winning the race. And
Did you like those bikes, those Suzukis?
Yeah.
The Valvoline? Did you really like them?
Yeah, the old, it was crazy because they made like a massive difference. So my first year racing like the Suzukis were like these big, massive, like the S-Rads, like with the woo.
The big things coming out of it.
Yeah, then they had the massive front tank and like the big like nose cone, and it was like woo, like.
It's cool.
Like, a lot of movement on that baby.
Like a bagger?
Like, yeah, exactly, like a bagger. You know, and you can relate it to some other things, but it's.
I get where you're going with
I
that.
like, it's got that flow. It's got
a little
that
more
movement.
cushion for the push.
Yeah, exactly. I don't discriminate. Big rude. Like, but yeah,
that's
so
fucking good.
so that it was fun, but so that was the older one, and then boom, they came out like 2001 was the GSX-R 1000, and basically what that bike transformed over that 1 year from 2000 to 2001 literally kind of became the GSX-R bike for now. Like it is basically that design, everything was that bike, I mean, it was super good. Like the difference from the old one, like competitively, was massive. And I won the Formula Xtreme Championship the following year. But like, yeah, I mean, that class back then, Formula Xtreme, was literally just like a small step below what a superbike was. And the cool thing is I was also racing 600 Supersport as well that year. But the super cool thing about 600 Supersport back then was I got to test my skills against, you know, some of the best in the world, because when you were a factory AMA Moto America back then, you know, what is Moto America? AMA Superbike. If you were an AMA Superbike rider, apart from Matt Mladen and Anthony Gobert, like, because those, one, Ducati didn't have the Supersport bike, and then two, Mladen was literally the only exception because he was the multi-winner. But yeah, out of everyone, he was ever the only, and maybe Scott Russell. Yeah, Scott Russell when he came back from World Superbike, but those two basically had the only exception. But you had to race 600 Supersport and Superbike in the same weekend.
So they forced you, like, imagine
Which is sick though. I wish that's how it was.
Jet, like, or like super, or just imagine now, like, you had red Superbike, you had red, you had red both. It'd be crazy.
Yeah. So that was the deal. Like,
they were only doing one race though, right?
Yeah.
One race per weekend. So that helped a little
bit.
But
you were having to race 600 and Superbike in the same day because they were both like premier. So we raced like a lot on Saturday, 750 Supersport. But on Sunday, it was 600 Supersport race and Superbike. So they were having to race both bikes in the same day. But it was cool. Yeah, it was super cool. Like, I mean, honestly, it was so good. Like,
you get a lot of track time too.
Yeah, exactly. And the 600 Supersport race were so good. Like, you look at races back then, like, it used to be 10, 12 riders
just in a group,
and like gnarly races. Like, especially guys like, you know, Aaron Yates, and like he was like big dude and just physical. Like, Curtis Roberts was insanely, like, just a head case, just gnarly, like, aggressive. And you know, it was like riding motocross. Like, we were just banging bars. We had race at Road America once, and it was like just a group of like 10 of us just like nailing each other, hitting each other, bumping.
Just like everybody on SVs.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a good class, but it prepared me, you know, for what to come, and it made me a better rider to win the championship in the Formula Xtreme bike.
So you were short-lived in America. How did that transition, and when did you like start thinking? Because at this point, you've never gone out of the country, right? So you just travel around the U.S.
No, so I did.
Oh, for the Aprilia thing.
No, so even the year after, so in 01, the first year, like so 99 was the Aprilia Cup Challenge, and then kind of rode half the season on and then I did the next full year, 2001. Well, I did a trip, and it randomly, because John Ulrich was good friends with Peter Clifford, who ran the Red Bull Yamaha 500 team. So he invited us out to a Grand Prix to go and watch it, and they just randomly invited me to go ride the Red Bull 500 when I was 16 years old at Brno. And I just thought it was just kind of like a you know, just a fun thing. Like, I thought, I didn't know. I was like, I'm 16. He's like, you know, want to go to a Grand Prix? They're going to let you ride the bike? Like, I'll ride it. Yeah, of course. Like, that'd be super cool. Like, so I went out and rode it, and it was, you know, I obviously wanted to, you know, these things were like, you know, I didn't want to crash it or. So I went out, and it was crazy because it was the Monday after the Grand Prix at Brno. And so all the teams were testing. So I'm out on track with
the other guys.
Yeah, with we had sort of like Mick Doohan,
those the other guys?
Like Toru Okawa. Like, I remember Toru Okawa got like super pissed at me. He came by me, and he was raising his hands because I was obviously in the way, and I was like, I came out. I was like, man, these guys
were
are
like
like going
Suzuki
good.
leathers.
Yeah. I was in my Suzuki leathers, in my Valvoline Emgo Suzuki.
That's so cool.
Leathers. But yeah, that was my first time, and it's crazy because Czech Republic back then, like, you read the book, but I had a story at the hotel that same weekend. Like,
You could do some stuff.
Yeah, you got because
What?
Czech Republic was known as being like, that like beautiful,
Yeah. Oh,
unbelievable,
yeah.
and it was still quite communist at that time. Like you had to pass the border from Austria, and it was like full communist. But like, I mean, unbelievably like beautiful women around there, and they had a lot of hotel workers. Like they
Ladies of the night.
ladies of the night that hang out in the hotel,
Nice.
and I don't know what it was. Like it's funny because when you're younger, like you just
Fall in love with one? Is that what you're about to say,
not
Johnny?
really, but you just
For the night?
you prefer older women.
Yeah,
like older women are like, that's so cool. It's that teacher thing, and you're like, oh. So
Kicking the coverage.
the mechanics, they're all British, and
Yeah.
and I had gotten a good relationship. I was already joking with them, and they were like egging me on, and I was like, oh, I'm 16, I had my own hotel room, everything. I was like, oh, okay. So I literally just lost my virginity like a year before here down here. So I was like thinking I'm a big playboy. Anyways, I go and. I literally go and find like the oldest girl in the room. Because they're like, yeah, man, you can take any one of them. And so I go and find like the oldest one in the room and like take her up. And she's beautiful, but she I think she said she was like around 40,
Oh, wow.
around that
A few
time.
miles on her.
Yeah, she was like 40 and I was 16. So, and yeah, we go up and she's like, she even asked me, she's like, how old are you? I'm like, I'm 18. Like,
Can you even afford this?
Yeah. And anyways, yeah, so that was just a wild experience.
That's
like,
crazy.
How
Hey,
was
good job, John. way to look after John.
But it went well. Like the test actually, I only ended up like 4 seconds off like the a decent time
Lewis.
at that test.
All right, Hamilton,
No,
relax. Damn.
No, but it was. And I loved the track, so it ended up.
So, all right, like let's unpack that just a little bit because I can't even fathom like
being with a 40-year-old? Is that
no,
what you're thinking about?
No. I'm just talking about like I just trying to imagine like remember it like Celtic, right? Like be a Celtic rider and going over and riding a fucking GP bike at a test and like just being like, hey man, just go out and kind of ride the bike.
Yeah, because
And,
that's
like,
like
and
you
like
think
Rossi
of that now,
coming by
like,
me like
yeah,
dude, waving his fucking hand like
yeah.
what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, no, it was, man. It was like surreal.
And you only rode a couple two-strokes before that. You rode your 125 and YSR, but like
No, well, I rode the 125 GP bike at Willow Springs all through 13.
Okay,
like
okay.
so 13,
So you
and
still
then
had
I
some two-stroke
graduated to the 250. So I was racing a TZ. I won quite a bunch of championships for literally a year and a half on the TZ 250 at Willow Springs, but. Good thing about there is it regularly saw like top riders. So back then, Roland Sands was racing nationally and consistently on the podium like every race. Well, every non-Moto America AMA Superbike race, he would come and test at Willow Springs. Same thing with Rich Oliver, who was like the multiple 250cc champion at the time. So those guys would come to Willow Springs, and when I first started riding the TZ 250, they just would walk away from me. But I actually started like hanging with them and battling with them like consistently by the end. And I think that's what really like caught John Ulrich's eye because he was out racing on the Moto 3 bike. I used to race with John Ulrich.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Dude, what?
Yeah, he was he was good.
Yeah.
Like he was super good. Like he was fast. Like he used to get on the podium in the 125 class.
I didn't even know he rode.
Yeah, I used to.
You think he used to write his own articles?
He used to go out with this little RS 125 with the 29 on it. I still remember it. Road Racing World,
That's
like
so crazy.
logoed up.
So
And-
what's it like rolling out on a GP 500, right? Like or how do you, I just want to know what that first experience is rolling out a pit lane at Bruno, like on that bike. Like were you like holy fuck, like
Yeah,
Or
it's
was
just
it?
no, it's just gnarly. Like it's just insanely gnarly. Like the sound is so sweet. Like from
Just
those
crisp.
the quad exhausts and just run like, and that power band is just brutal. Like but fucking sexy. Like oh, it was just yeah, everything about it was like just like a crazy supermodel and just like oh ready to pounce on you at any time. Like she was yeah, it was fierce. Like that was a if not everyone could ride them. Like
Dude.
there was a lot of like superbike guys that had huge success in world superbike say, and came over like Haga for one. Haga, that's who I replaced was Noriyuki Haga, and he had obviously had amazing success in superbike and all kinds of wins and so forth, but just couldn't ride that for the life of him. Like it just he high sided himself to the moon. And then once you lose that confidence, you're gone. Like it will eliminate you, and that's what happened to a lot of riders. I took my first share. Like when I I high sided myself to the moon quite a few times on the Red Bull 500.
What was it? What was it like that time in your life at 16? Obviously, your dad had passed away like 3 years before that, right? Was that you
Yeah,
said 12?
it was just like a whirlwind, man.
Was
Like
there like a lot of polarity though, like in terms of like here you are in Brno, factory rider, Red Bull, and then like what were you coming home to at that time though?
So I had my girlfriend. So I ended up yeah, that was right around the time that I met my first girlfriend. She was it was cool. She was one of the hottest like girls in school. I was just like I was all happy with myself, and she was like known as a little bit of a bad girl. She was like a little bit of a bad girl herself, and I was a little bit of a bad boy myself at the time, like a little dysfunctional. But so
Oh, like what you say that though, like on paper, probably not, right? Because you're a professional.
no,
motorcycle racer.
exactly, yeah. No,
So
I always knew. I mean, yeah, I did all the stuff, in high school and all the experimenting and I partied, I drank, I smoked weed and did all of that stuff, like, in between but when I was racing, it was like, it was, 100% everything I had into that. And, I wasn't partying on the race nights and doing all this crazy stuff. I still always, and I was riding every single day. Like I'd go out partying, or I'd go to these high school parties, and then I'd be loaded up at the motocross track, and I would go and do 3 4 like 30-minute motos like the day after. So and even though I was like dysfunctional and partying and stuff like that, I always knew not to, try not to go I knew not to go too far. Like other friends would start experimenting with harder drugs, and I was like, no chance. Like that's something that'll definitely take me off my path and my goal and where I want to be. So I always had that in reserve. Like I always had in common, morality and stuff like that, which my parents did a very good job kind of installing at that time. I always had core values and stuff like that. But
do you think if it wasn't for racing that kind of kept you grounded?
Yeah.
You could have went a different path, like if you didn't have
100%, like 100%. If I didn't have the racing, I think I would have went, probably into a deeper, darker path. And yeah,
It was kind of the
100%,
light,
yeah.
that
Yeah.
kept you driving forward because you had such a big goals.
Yeah, exactly.
when you say you're dysfunctional though, did it seem that way on the to the racing world? Did they know that, or was that just you internally? Like was there two different
No,
John at the track
there
and
was
John
two.
at home?
Yeah, it's
Wow,
two
okay.
entirely different people. Like it's funny. Like I meet people now that obviously I knew back then and a long time ago, and even throughout my career, and like even like crazy people that I've known for a very, very long time that had absolutely zero inclination of what actually went on behind the scenes with me. Like they were like, dude, like, who are you? Like,
Yeah.
like what? Because I was so well versed and just I made two different characters. I made the race for John Hopkins, and then the at home. There were two different personalities entirely. Like, you know, I could easily put on the robot, like put myself into autopilot at the races, and yeah, man, you know, my Valvoline M Go Suzuki was amazing, and you know, shaking hands, kissing babies, big smiles, like, you know, and doing what they needed me to do.
Your job.
And in the beginning, that was the way. Like, so throughout all of my young career, that's how it was. But it kind of changed later in life. Like, you know, when I was in MotoGP, and we're fast forwarding quite a few years, but Nicky was always going to be kind of the American golden boy. He was always going to be, you know, the
Clean cut,
good looking, doing the right thing, like golden boy, and you know, it worked, and it was super good for him. So I had to play kind of that bad boy role, and like the, you know, slightly bad, more dysfunctional, like.
Do you feel like you actually had to, or were you just kind of leaned into the other character that you had there on reserve more than a pressure to actually be that? Like,
yeah, exactly. And more of a pressure to do that. Like, and it did. It got me far more attention. Like, you know, and just, you know, I didn't say or do, and I'm not saying like I did anything crazy at the track, but I mean, yeah, I would party on Sunday nights, and you know, I've got dysfunctional there, but even on the track, like I would show my emotions. Like I showed my emotions at the track. When I was fucking pissed off, I was fucking pissed off. I was kicking bikes and punching screens and pushing people and like,
was that an act though, or was that just you spilling over and just kind of a boiling pot?
It was part act, and then obviously it was part act, but then more just spilling over into a boiling point because of, at the time with Suzuki, there was a lot of tough years. Like when I first got on that thing, which, I mean, signing with Factory Suzuki was a dream come true to me. Like, especially like with what happened prior. I loved Suzuki my whole life. Like I always loved, they were like my favorite bike. I loved Suzukis for some reason. And so getting to win the championship with them was super cool. Like in my motocross bike, were a lot, primarily Suzuki's. My RM80 is one of my favorite bikes ever. Like Suzuki's, won the 2 championships with them. I was like, all right, cool. Like
MotoGP Suzuki.
I wanted to go to Yoshimura Suzuki Superbike. So I was like, all right, you know, I'm going to get Yoshimura Suzuki Superbike. And I literally had an offer from every single factory team to go Superbike the following year after the second championship in 2001. And except Yoshimura Suzuki.
No way.
So I had the Red Bull Yamaha 500 offer. Like that became clear halfway through the year that if I wanted it, I could go that route.
What were some of these numbers that were attached to that at that time, contract wise?
I was the lowest paid on the grid at that time. For the Red Bull Yamaha one was like 100,000.
Really? It was that low.
So it was 100,000 to take the Red Bull Yamaha one. But
what about the Superbike offers?
Like, so Superbike, I mean, they were in upwards of like 800.
What?
Yeah, like 800,000. Like 600,000 to 800,000, like consistently.
Holy crap!
Around that kind of it would be 600 Supersport and Superbike. Wow. But yeah, I wanted to do Suzuki, and if I wanted to be on Yoshimura Suzuki and make that natural progression, and obviously, you know, I was like, oh, you know, because I went and did another test in Portugal, and it went quite well. So it leaned me a little bit again more into the going that route 500. But I knew I was literally like just bunny hopping, literally like
to the fuck,
like 5 steps,
crazy.
to the pinnacle. So I knew what, you know, and what it required for me to do that. literally living in Europe the whole year and uprooting my life. Like, but you know, I was ready. I was willing to take on the challenge. But you know,
Was it
like I
because you
said,
didn't get the offer from Suzuki?
yeah, so there was a guy there that used to run Yoshimura Suzuki back then, big fat guy, just not. Oh, yeah, I didn't like him in the beginning, anyways. So it was probably mutual. So, but he didn't like my earring because I had
Oh,
at the time I had like my hoop
the hoop.
earrings. I'd already had like tattoos. Like I'd already had
18
my
years
I'd already had like my arm tattoo. I'd already had my full back tattoo. So he didn't like my earrings and tattoos, and didn't like my image. So he was out of all the bikes, I was the only one I wanted, and out of all the teams, every single team, he was the only one that didn't. So I just said, you know what, like,
I'm out.
so I'm out. I'm doing it, and it ended up like honestly being, you know, one of the highlights of my career, having that opportunity to race a full season on a two-stroke 500 on a you know, Red Bull Yamaha, like was so cool. Like, and it wasn't easy by any means, but I mean, had a extremely successful year considering. Like I was top two-stroke on from half season onward multiple times. Because obviously that was the transition. That was the first year that they introduced the four strokes, which, you know, in the beginning they thought it was going to be kind of like a level comparison, but the four strokes, man, just like eliminated the two strokes. They were just ridiculously, especially the Honda V5 was like just another 10 levels up. Like, in terms of drivability and getting the bike on the ground and power. And so it was like two classes in one. So you had the two strokes. And at that time, luckily, only the only ones on the four strokes were pure factory riders.
Okay.
All of the satellite riders and satellite teams were still on two strokes. So there were still like Loris Capirossi and Alex Barros and
dogs.
Yeah, like super fucking competitive guys that were still in the Norikabe and bunch of them. Tajiro Kato, all of those. And so on the 500, but yeah, like one of them, Barcelona, I ended up finishing like literally 2 minutes to go. So it's still, I had actually forgotten about this, but I recently watched Faster. The
two-stroke in the beginning, like that's life. Like,
yeah,
that is motorcycles.
Yeah,
like dude, that sound. I used to watch that every single day.
Yeah,
like, I used to watch. It's so crazy.
That's one of the best. That's one of the best made MotoGP movies. Like ever. Like and probably one of the best to date. Like nothing's really kind of topped that much since then. But
because you're in it.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not. It's not. Everyone quite enjoys it. But it's just that the change in the era of it. You know, but what happened in MotoGP at the time, and but it was cool. Like Barcelona, I was with 2 minutes to go, ended up putting it on the front row. Pole. I was pole 2 minutes to go at Barcelona, and then it was literally. I mean, it was still 2 minutes, but 5 guys on the four strokes ended up just pipping me, like barely. But I was doing like 45s on the Red Bull Yamaha there. Like
that's crazy.
Yeah, it was amazing. But and then the following weekend I was top two-stroke at Assen. But it was cool because it gave me, it put me in a light and changed my image there in the MotoGP paddock. And
you're a player.
Yeah, I was a player and. I had, quite a few different offers coming in, and one of them.
So you're like 17.
Yeah, I was 17 going on 18, and then I turned 18 that year. So I turned 18 that year.
Do you think that you being able to kind of do the two character type of thing stemmed from anything? Like, was that something you developed, or just was kind of going back to what you're saying, like when your dad passed, like be able to put stuff again in a box?
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of where that started?
Yeah, I think I just channeled that, Everything. There was the racing me, and then there was, you know, the home me, like at home me, and to be honest, like that first year in Red Bull Yamaha, there was only the racing me, like, because I knew how big of a jump and a gap, like I knew, and it was crazy because when I went, like, and people found out that that's what I was doing. Like the reaction was not good.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
it was,
really?
yeah, no, it was
Like
bad.
people thought you were gonna do
Whoa,
a bad
yeah,
job.
yeah,
It was probably like Miller jumping from Moto 3 to GP.
yeah, exactly.
But like, it's
Times-
got to be.
times a million.
I know you don't know any of the tracks.
Yeah, and
How
the
fuck do you do
biggest,
that?
and it's sad because I actually looked up to him quite heavily at that time, but the biggest doubter out of all of them, who was like extremely public about it at the time, was Matt Mladen.
Wow.
So Matt Mladen was like, "Oh, he's going to be a disgrace. He's going to be a joke. He's going to make America look like a fucking joke, and this and that." Like consistently in the press, just like bagging me out, and it was because he did it, because he made himself look like a dick and made himself look like a joke when he was young, because he did that, and at a young age went to Grand Prix, and had just a failure of a season, didn't go well at all. So whether that was his way of just trying to warn me, but he made it public, like he was like, but just fucking nasty stuff. Like it was bad. But that drove me even more. I was like, yeah. Fuck
So do you think
I'm
that
gonna
was like
do it.
the best version of you that
Yeah.
first year because you were just fully
Yeah,
racing?
I did everything. I did every single thing that the team asked of me. Like, if they told me to jump, I jumped. If they told me to do this, I did. Like, I did whatever the team asked of me. I bought I rented an apartment in France, so I lived in France.
At 18 years old by yourself.
My girlfriend. So
Oh, she came.
Yeah, my girlfriend
Okay.
moved with me. So
And was this the same girlfriend that eventually
Yeah.
became your wife?
No.
Okay,
So
okay.
this one, she went off doing other ventures, but she's the one that actually cheated on me with my mechanic a few years down the road, like, which was like
I remember
super
that from
bad.
the book. Yeah.
But she, I mean, she was there. She was super faithful. We had like amazing times when we were together. Like,
Yeah.
we travel. I mean, most of the races we drove around. I bought a little Alfa Romeo, like little Alfa
Yeah.
Romeo. I used to cruise around. I bought it for like, I don't know, $3,000 from like my Michelin tire guy. And I lived in Clermont-Ferrand in like the center of France, and I actually did quite well for like trying to learn the language. I was like, you know, I'm going to do
French?
this. Yeah. So
Oh, wow.
I like put quite a bit of effort, and
Wow.
because the team's trainer was France, so from France, he was an Olympic wrestler. So he was like gnarly dude, like quite built, and we trained hard. Like every day, there's like this volcano in Clermont-Ferrand, like a dormant like volcano, but it's quite gnarly. Like it even has like the invert, and it's all kind of caved in, but they have a walking trail, like super gnarly mountain, and then at the top of the rim, like it goes like a trail around like the volcanic part. And we used to run that every single morning, and then we would do the gym in the afternoon, and I did quite well to learn the language, and then and I could actually understand, like, so I could understand conversations when people were talking. I could get the gist of it. Biggest problem was the pronunciation, like
Yeah.
and the French, like,
Oh, yeah.
fuck, you know, like if
Dude.
you're
Dude.
if you don't get like the pronunciation, like, I mean, like just perfect. They act like you're a fucking idiot,
Dude.
and will
Dude.
in no means help you at all. Like,
Yeah.
I can't handle it.
yeah.
Don't even get me on the French, dude.
And
Don't even get
so
me
it's,
on it.
it
Don't even get.
so
I've
that
had the
ended
worst experience.
that ended badly, and I moved to Austria and stuff like that. But it was that first year I busted my ass and did everything, but it was cool because I got to sign factory Suzuki. Like they were on offer for that following year.
Okay.
And I was like,
So you did 1 year.
yeah, 1 year at Red Bull Yamaha, and then boom, went straight to factory Suzuki, who offered me the contract to ride their MotoGP bike. And Yeah, obviously it wasn't like it wasn't the strongest bike out on the grid, but like, you know, I was like, well, they're going to get better. And, you know,
Yeah.
it's the first year and it's factory Suzuki. Like, hell yeah.
Doesn't get better than
I'm
that.
in. Yeah, I'm in. Like, I'm going to do this. And big part of that was the whole thing with Mladen and Mal Harris,
Yeah.
the big fat team
Yeah.
manager.
Yeah.
And it was funny because the very first test ended up being in Malaysia with Suzuki. And it was a Suzuki
Global.
funded test. So everyone that raced Suzuki professionally road racing around the world was there. Their endurance riders, World Superbike riders, AMA Superbike Moto America riders, and it was cool. And as part of the test, Suzuki were going to give Matt Mladen a full day on the bike.
On your bike.
On your bike.
Yeah, on the MotoGP bike to as like a thank you because he won the championship the year prior, and it was kind of a thank you. And yeah, it was funny. Like, says it was my first day. It was my first day on the. I'd never ridden the Suzuki MotoGP bike prior either. Like, I'd come from Red Bull Yamaha, and yeah, by the end of the day, I fucking eliminated. I mean, like, just destroyed him. Like, yeah, I was
Number one goal.
Yeah, I was quite a ways, but it was quite cool because we were coming around in turn 3 there, and I came around, and I could see him on the track, and it was on a different day because I hadn't seen him on track prior, but I think it was when I was on the MotoGP bike, he was on his super bike, so it was, I don't know, next day or two we were testing, but I could see him on track, and I was like, oh, this is cool, this is awesome. And so I caught him, and it ended up being at like the most opportune spot. Like, so at Malaysia, you've got turn 1 and 2, which is super tight, and then it just goes into this like flat out, like massively like fast banked. Everyone's seen like photos and shots. Like, you have the thing, especially back in the day with this electronics, just full lock, like, and it's, you know, you go from literally second, third, fourth, fifth gear, you get it up to there, and and you're just like sliding that whole time. And yeah, it was cool. Like, I ended up catching him and then lined it up perfect. Went out, lined it up, and then actually went around the outside of him around the turn 3, like just full spinning locked, and just went and just like oh, but that was like that was
It's worth it all.
so good. Like, that was just so good to be able to do that. Like, was a big there you go, fucker. And then you know, that was cool. And then yeah, and then we had some tough years, man. Like, at Suzuki, it took a while for it to be, you know, and Kenny Roberts, you know, great rider, obviously, you know, was amazing, won the championship, but at the time, Suzuki were mainly listening to his advice. So everything towards the bike, even though I was outperforming him and beating him every time, they were only listening to his advice towards building the bike for year after year after year. But he was only ever riding at like 70%. So at the time,
Why?
he knew the bike was shit. Like, so he knew the bike was bad. He knew it was bad. He was at the end of the career. He had already, you know, he had already won his championship.
He
He
was on
wasn't
cruise
going to go.
control.
He wasn't going to go and risk his life, you know, So, but there is a big fucking difference on knowing what the bike needs and what it needs to get better when you're riding at 70, 80% compared to
Yeah.
a guy that's riding it at the limit and being fucking hitting that limit and crashing all the time because he's over exceeding the limit. Like
You.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
And that was me constantly.
Just
like,
wadding.
yeah, I was always pushing the limit.
Yeah.
Like, and you know, it didn't help, you know, at the time, because it was funny. Yeah, there were multiple people like when Nicky. So when he came, he stayed, and then he was one of the ones. And Nicky never like bashed me or anything like Matt Mladen did, But Nicky was like, oh, I plan to stay in American Superbike and win, a few more championships. But like, yeah, I'd like to go to GP one day, but that's like way down the road. And then obviously, I went and proved that it can be done, and they're not fucking,
Aliens.
alien superhuman people. And then boom, that following year, Nicky got the Repsol Honda ride. So Nicky was on the Repsol Honda at the time as well. And so, that pushed me. I mean, but
His bike was a lot better.
The V5, you speak to anybody, like the V5 compared to any other bike back then was like just on this like ridiculous level. It was so good. I was speaking to Melandri about it and he was like, dude, it's insane at how good that bike was, because he had rode, Yamaha and he had done Ducati and other bikes around that time. And he said, man, the V5 was just like insane, like so good and nice and just super good bike to ride. But I was going out and I wanted to beat like Nicky, not only, the rest of the guys, I wanted to beat Nicky. So I'd always push even that much harder, to try and be the top American. Anyways, yeah, it was just, it was like beating my head up against the wall for those first like 3 years. 'Cause, the bike wasn't improving that much. And that was sadly mainly because most of the engineers were purely just listening to Kenny. So it wasn't until they finally, released Kenny, new team manager came on board, Paul Denning, and then with him
Paul Denning.
he brought Chris Vermeulen. And so Chris Vermeulen, that was when I was like, oh shit, here we go. Like, I've got to step my game up. Like, I've got a younger, like hungry, racer that's literally going to go out and his career's on the line. Like, he's got to push it, and he's going to be, working hard. And so, I had to even step up my game that much more. But like, it was wild because we had two of the most opposite riding styles ever. The two most opposite riding styles you could ever imagine. And yet, consistently, like once we got the bike to its best level in 07, when we were racing at the front and on the podium consistently, like every single weekend we were never more than like 1-2 tenths away from each other. But we did a random test one time, like just randomly to see what would happen. So basically he rode my bike, I rode his bike as is, like settings, everything. Neither one of us could get even close to within 4 seconds of our
Dude, what?
of our lap time.
That's crazy.
Like, but yet with his setting, riding it how he wanted and riding it, and me with my setting, riding it how I wanted, we were always like 1 or 2 tenths, always. Wherever we were in the grid, every track, we were never more than 1 or 2 tenths away from each other.
How do you think that affects development when you're that far
But it
apart?
was actually, it was super good. Like, because he was working at it from another angle. Like because there was some stuff that he was working, which were bringing positives to the table. And there was things that I was bringing. And that's why from that point forward, from like 05, 6, 7, and then once people got onto the Suzuki from there, it was known as like the best chassis on the grid. Like, yeah, it wasn't maybe one of the most powerful, but it was known as like one of the best chassis, rider-friendly bikes on the grid. And I believe that like massively played a huge role to that.
Wow.
When you're saying different setups, are you saying like you guys are on different swing arms, different clamps, different like materials, or like same chassis, same?
So with the MotoGP bike, you can literally change everything. Like everything on that bike is like adjustable and different. And yeah, we were on different swing arms, different linkages. Like
holy crap!
Like our fronts were way different. My bike I always rode more like a chopper, like, because I was really hard on the brakes. That was kind of my strength, and I liked a bike that had a lot of support in the front for like, super hard braking. You know, Chris was a much more like smooth rider, but you know, he liked his bike like extremely long and just, yeah, it was pretty much everything was like the bar angle was like way different. Yeah, it was,
It's finicky, man.
When you say you were, you know, constantly pushing the limit, how do you describe the limit? Like, what is that for you? How do you find that, or what is that feeling? I guess, you know, I think a lot of people have different interpretations of what the limit is. Obviously, you found it pretty often. So
yeah, it's just whatever. I mean, yeah.
Like on a GP
limit,
bike,
like
what's
on
the
a
limit
GP
feel
bike,
like?
it's
Do you have to
ragged.
crash?
Yeah.
Do you have to crash to find it?
Yeah. You have to crash.
But
to
like,
find
do you
it.
develop
I mean,
a sense of like, okay, like I know that I'm getting there, or is it
Yeah.
just at that time was it just like over?
No, you could get a sense like, but we had all different tires. So I rode all different tires, like, which I then had to get used to as well. So first year, the team went from Michelin to Dunlop. So they started racing Dunlop, which was a big mistake on the competitive side for Red Bull Yamaha, especially for like Gary McCoy at the time, who used to like just because the tire was not meant to slide ever, or that bike. That's why he made it work. So it was kind of like a rigid speedway bike. Like it just, because it was so stiff and there was so much grip out of the Michelin, like that's why when he spun, he drove forward. Whereas the Dunlop were a much more spin-friendly tire, like, and designed more to spin, but
Didn't want
problem
Slower.
is, yeah, it just
Slower.
it's meant to spin. So when he spins, he's just standing still while the others are
Yeah.
driving away. So it hurt him massively. Whereas me, I was just kind of all I knew. Like it was just I didn't know anything else. Like yeah, I rode those like 1, 2 day, 3 day, like maximum, like 3 days on the bike prior. But you know, I didn't really know anything but the Dunlop. So I just rode to that. But then obviously we went to Michelin on the Suzuki, and then I was Michelin for a while, and then we switched to Bridgestone, and then went Bridgestone to a while. But yeah, so it was always harder to find. I had to find the limit, and I had to find it fast.
Yeah.
And that's one thing about me is I was never afraid to get to that limit. So whether it was the front or rear, whether it was a high side or front, I knew I had to get to that limit fast. And sometimes it took a couple crashes, like, so I guess it's more like I wasn't afraid to push past those limits.
Yeah,
Like,
you weren't bumping up
consistently.
against it. You
Yeah.
were
But-
I
stepping
wasn't
over it.
like I wasn't gradually just trying to find it.
Yeah.
But-
I would just knock up into it, be like, oh shit, yeah, I got to tone that back, and then refine it from there. You know, I was more like wide open.
Did you crash during races or mainly just practice qualifyings? Like, did you tone it back to finish races, or were you always?
Yeah, I mean, funny enough, like I crashed in comparison to some, like way
Less.
10 times less
Just
than
bigger.
like Carlos Checa. Like
Yeah.
he would crash like 3 times a weekend. Like, you know, I wouldn't. And it's funny because a lot of the crashes as well, like back then, primarily like bike issues.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, electronics or something.
electronics. So we were like the test dummies.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, that makes sense.
with everything. Like
and when that stuff goes, it goes big.
it was like a big amount of my crashes were technical failures.
That's
like
the
something
worst.
that shouldn't have happened with the bike, or you know, because yeah, I mean it was. Kenny Roberts had one fucking like that was like, and I had it too, but it's just that, you know, they were doing everything. So like they wanted to, like Suzuki came out with this design where they wanted to modulate our engine braking, and you know, dude, it's trial and error, like with everything. Like you've got to find that one up, and that's, you know, and then the amount of laps that we used to do back then testing was gnarly, man.
'Cause there was no bands. You just were
No,
testing all the time.
dude, we the only
And no test teams really, right?
no, it was us, the riders. Like we rode. I mean, I must have done thousands and thousands and thousands of laps in Malaysia. Like that, it used to be like a second home of mine. Like the whole hotel staff used to know me by name. Like the second I'd walk in,
The
like,
hotel staff or the hotel
no,
staff?
it's different. It's slightly different in Malaysia, but not so much.
Because I'm going to say Malaysia, I know what
yeah,
they're up to over there.
Yeah. But they, yeah, exactly. But no, they, yeah, we used to do all kinds of laps, like gnarly amount of
So your
testing.
crash ratio really wasn't too bad.
Yeah, so it
How much
wasn't,
you were riding.
yeah, it was compared. The only off season that we really had was literally like December 15th to like January 15th. That was like that was it.
Boom, back on.
That it was, and then it was riding all year.
So when you so was Suzuki really when you started like really crashing? Was getting into the Suzuki period? Like, were you getting hurt? Or were you?
Yeah, no, but that, I mean, it was just normal. Like, yeah,
What were some of your big injuries by this point in your career?
I'd already broken like loads of like bones in motocross and things like that, and then even in my young career and you know, but the problem was is I rode hurt always, like,
Always.
so I never healed like any of my like injuries, like even with my collarbone I broke in when I was here and racing the 600 Supersport race, like the red flag, and I clipped Miguel Duhamel and went down and at Daytona, and I was so pissed because I was like I think I could have like at minimum podium that race, and yeah, I went down, broke my collarbone, but like 2-3 weeks later I was racing I was racing the next race at like Sears Point.
Plated or no?
Yeah, plated. Like I got it plated, and then 2 weeks, and then, but that's how it was. Like whether it was ankle or whatever. Like
Was that out of necessity or just like fear of like losing your ride, or just because you wanted to keep going?
just wanted to keep going. It wasn't really fear of like losing the ride at that time. Like it was just wanting to keep going, like wanting to be on track and be on grid and race,
Did
like
you have
that.
management at that time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I had, well, it changed. Like I kind of had like automatic management from John Ulrich. So he had like a manager that worked for the team and worked with the riders, and he just naturally kind of progressed to being my manager in MotoGP. And, he was kind of just out of his depth. Like he didn't have any relationships. He didn't really know anybody, but he would only come over to a race every now and then.
Yeah.
Didn't know anyone in the paddock, didn't know any. So he was just out of his depth. And that's when I started with another management company.
Was Group, right?
Yeah, WMG. And it was
Bobby.
Bob Moore, Bobby Moore.
Dude, Bobby.
Bobby Moore, the whore from '94. we wind him up like super bad. He was a good dude.
He's a great guy.
Yeah. Bobby was a good dude. So, but yeah, I was their first ever MotoGP athlete.
Oh wow.
And I obviously, was always a big fan of Supercross and motocross, and kept myself within the circles and knew the people and riders, and they were a big Supercross management company and agency along with other major sports. So I was quite honored to take on that role, and happy at the time, even though there were a lot of ups and downs with that whole thing. I mean, they had growing pains, and there was some stuff that happened throughout that whole thing,
Oh, really?
Yeah, like career-wise. But I mean, it's it's growing pains. It's people.
When you take on a group like that, like how much of a say or a cut are they taking out of everything you're doing? Especially at that age where you're kind of aware, like I'm losing 30% of my income now. Because
yeah, so it's like 15, 20%, and
is that like a
lot
going rate now?
Yeah, that's like 15. Yeah, 15, some 20. Like, and but they had said, with the connections, and we'll bring you in like crazy money, and
put you on a Wheaties box.
And they, unfortunately, it didn't happen that way. Like, I was extremely loyal to also all my sponsors that I've had. Like I've had since the very beginning. Like, so I was fortunate to start with Alpine Stars. So I remained in Alpine Stars my whole career. I'm still Alpine Stars. They still support me and still, look after me entirely to this day. But I've never been in anything, well, except in I rode Kushtani in with John Ulrich, but then from
Alpine Star,
first year was Alpine Star in MotoGP and carried on, and then between Red Bull, Monster, like it went literally from Red Bull to Monster. Like I negotiated the contract money, like 1 or 2 years. I was the one that negotiated my price.
Oh, really?
And my salary.
At like 18?
Yeah, well, 20, 21,
Okay.
22.
No way.
I negotiated like a lot of the salary because I knew the people. I was there. I was with them. I was.
Do you think you lost any
sticking
money
with
on
it.
that, or you did well?
No, I did well. Like,
Yeah.
it was me. Like, the manager was still trying, but it was
Yeah.
me that got a better price than what he was able to get.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So like, what's going from like 100,000 Red Bull to your first factory Suzuki contract, which I'm sure is significantly more in MotoGP?
yeah. So that was like, I don't know. I think I went up to. It was like. The beginning was like right around 800,000.
So you're almost a millionaire, like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
What is that? What's
So-
that like?
Jimmy
Yeah.
wants to be a millionaire real
Dude,
bad every day. We
yeah.
talk about it.
Dude, we want to be millionaires.
Yeah.
Tell us what it's like.
No, it's I mean it's good. Like it's it was just but everything, man, everything, all my money, like I put it back into my family. So that first year, 18, I bought my mom a house. So I bought which is just sadly recently become mine again. Because she passed away like a couple years ago. But I that was one of the first things I did was I bought my mom a house. So it had like the main house on the property, had a guest house, which my girlfriend and I, Desiree, still used to live in, and then like a massive garage on the side. Drop my phone there, but
Do you need it?
no, it's all good. But we. Yeah, it was good. Like I
Were you aware of like like, did it hit you that you went from where you were in life, like not very long before that to that point? Was it, or were you just like so focused on racing?
just so focused on the racing that it was just kind of it's just a whirlwind, man. Like, and
Are you spending
because
a
you're
lot
never.
too?
Yeah, I was like at the time,
'Cause you
like
just
yeah,
don't
yeah.
know.
I would spend a lot, on the cars and, had nice cars and M3s and Bentleys and like a bunch of stuff and like, but you're only home for like ever. Like I would only ever be home for I don't know 2-3 weeks, like 4 weeks, and then you're off again. So it's just like this. You're constant. Your life is on the road. Your life is out of a suitcase, basically, and you're just kind of in the whirlwind with the people in the paddock, and you've got to make those relationships with the people in the paddock, basically. Like they become your kind of family then, there, and it's funny. So you don't really put a lot of focus into much else, and just racing and what you got to do, and you don't really have that time, and so. Every time during that off season, like I would do anything but racing. Like I would pull myself out entirely, and I'd try and do as much motocross as I could, and just kind of get myself out to not burn out. And the sad thing is most of the off seasons were spent with surgery. So that's why I have like now 42 operations.
Whoa.
So yeah, I've had 42 operations because I'd have in sometimes 2 to 3 surgeries for, broken ankle, broken collarbone, broken wrist. I'd get the metal in and then, whatever at the end of the surgery, at the end of the year, metal out.
Right.
So it was metal in, metal out, metal in, metal out. So most surgeries accumulated up in upwards of 2 per year. And
That's what I was going to ask. Like we have a Yuasa Battery, recharge your battery segment. Yuasa Battery setting the standard for power sports batteries since 1979. What do you, when you have those surgeries, how do you bounce back? Like, what were you doing?
How do you
Especially at that time,
recharge?
because it's not like people weren't doing ice baths and there was no David Goggins, giving you tips on
Stay hard.
how to stay
No,
hard.
but we used to have that. We did use the hyperbaric chamber quite a lot. So the
Even back
hyperbaric,
then,
So the hyperbaric chamber was it was kind of a new addition at that time. But we obviously had like the doctors that were, in full advanced, as professional as could be. We always managed to get like top doctors and rehab and stuff like that. But it was just
laying in bed.
But that was the thing. As I struggled, like I wouldn't lay in bed, and I wanted to be out, and I would just get up and I'd go moto, and I'd be out, quite a lot quicker than what I needed to be, and wouldn't really kind of give myself the needed time I would need to heal. And then by that point, we needed to go testing again anyways, so it wouldn't heal. Like some things wouldn't heal as good, as it should have.
Yeah.
But I mean, that was my biggest thing. Like it was, at that time, especially at that age, like I couldn't sit still. Like that was like the last thing I wanted to do, when in reality, I needed to sit still.
Yeah. So just listening to the doctors more or less would have been a good tip.
Yeah, on multiple occasions.
Yeah.
Like especially in 07, like that was a
Cowie.
No, so it was the final year with Suzuki, but
Okay.
Suzuki had built like a extremely competitive bike. They'd just switched to 800s.
Oh yeah.
So at the end of 06 to 07, we tried it, and Suzuki brought out like a solid 800. Like the chassis was good, the engine was good. The other engines were slightly stronger, even in the beginning, but we were solid. It was a good bike, and it was crazy. Like every single preseason test, we went to Jerez, went to Barcelona, we went to Malaysia. I was first at every single preseason test, and I was on fire as well. Like I was motivated because Nicky had just won the championship in 06, so I was like, I'm fucking gonna do this. I'm gonna do it on a bike that's never won the championship ever. Like that's what I want to do. And obviously Suzuki had never won it on the 4-stroke, so I was like, I want to win it on the Suzuki, and it was awesome. Like first part of the year, great. Like off-season testing was fucking amazing. I was at Qatar for the Qatar test 2 weeks prior to the start of the race season, and just normal testing. Qatar, final day, I was putting in a race run, and I was fucking nailing it. Like it was like I had a near perfect race run. It was whatever, 18, 20 plus laps. And I was all like, whatever, I don't know what the lap time, 59, 58, whatever. But I was like consistent within the 10th, like all the way through this race run. And then I was already like 3/4 of the way through. I wanted to keep it consistent, but I caught up to like the French guy at the time, Sylvain Gintoli. I'd caught up to him, and it was at this like, it's kind of a one-line situation, but it's 3 fast right-handers towards the end of the lap at Qatar, and I caught him, and the only way, like, I would have had to blow the lap, like screw the lap time. I would have had to sit, and it's only testing, like, so I was fucking. That was like one of the many like hindsight moments in my life, but it was only testing. Fucking, it was on the paper. It didn't mean anything, but I wanted to prove a point. Because everyone, at those races, everyone looks at those times. Like, you see, the times don't lie. Like, when you're looking at other riders, every other rider has that opportunity to see those times. I wanted, like, it to be flawless. And anyways, I tried to make a pass. Like, I went up the inside of him. He didn't see me. It's a fast, like, third, quite wide open, 100, well over 130 plus. And, I came in. He didn't see me. I went up over the high side, and then broke my my scaphoid. I came down, like annihilated the scaphoid, and then severed one of the big tendons in the wrist. And so that was it. Like, and every one of my surgeries, like I was adamant that I would only get surgery in America. So, I had different plans. I was like going to go to Dubai for like a week or something prior to that, or maybe go back to EU, UK. But I jumped on a plane, boom, straight back to America. Like, figure out what the fuck I'm gonna have to do with my wrist now. And flew to San Francisco because I was seeing Dr. Ting at the time. And he went back, go in, and like he was like, "Look, you've got fucking 2 options. Like, you get it fixed, and you're gonna miss like 4 to 6 months of the season. Like, so basically sit out the whole fucking season." Because they had to pin the tendon, and like the scaphoid was going to take like quite a long time. So he just says like, "Look, you can basically forfeit the season. We'll fix it, or you can try and race with it broken." And
What?
And
You know which option you took.
yeah, so I was like, "Fuck it, there's no fucking way. There's no way." Like, I'm sitting this out. Like, there's no fucking way I'm sitting this year out. Like, what kind of a cruel fucking joke is this? So I was like, fuck it, I'm racing. I don't care. I'm going to ride. And so I figured out. And yeah, I had to learn how to race with like a fucking, like, and I didn't have, like, it was super tough because of the main tendon was one of the ones that helps you to do that. Like, I had to figure out other strength, like to be able to twist the throttle and brake. And
Do you feel like you lost some throttle control after that?
no, if anything, it smoothed me out maybe a little bit. Like,
Slowed you down.
like
twist.
it slowed it. Made it more smooth. I mean, the data guy, he sees it on the data. He thinks it like it made it more, but I had to figure out how to still go fast.
Yeah.
And it was funny because
How did you manage pain?
I fucking bit the bullet. Like, back then, like, that was like, because the previous years, like, back then we had all kinds of stuff. Like, the fucking Dr. Costa was like he was like a mad fucking scientist back then. But no, I had bad experiences with that. So like, there was one gnarly crash, like, of me. It's on YouTube. And I do literally like a full fucking front flip in the air, like going down these chicanes, and I do this insane front flip. It was on the Suzuki, I don't know, it was like 05 or something like that. And it was at Sachsenring. But basically, I broke my ankle on the Friday. So I had a big fucking high side. Broke my ankle, broke 3 or 4 ribs. I broke 4 ribs and fucking blew out my whole teeth, all of them. Because I went through the gravel trap backwards. And like, it was like a fucking scoop, and like just whoosh, like, and just shattered all my teeth. And yeah, it was bad. Like, but that was on the Friday, and I'm racing on the Sunday. And so Dr. Costa back then used to give us like the injections, cortisone, and you wouldn't feel like anything. Like,
For
you
2 days.
just fucking
Just get like
numb.
2 days, right?
You wouldn't feel anything from like fucking waist down. Like, dude, it was gnarly. Like, but problem is I couldn't feel anything in that leg. And in Sachsenring, you go, it's like super tight, like crazy tight. And you're in like second gear, wide open on the limiter. And I couldn't feel my foot. Like, I couldn't feel anywhere of where my foot was. Because I was having like quite a decent race, and I was battling with Kenny. And anyways, couldn't feel my foot. And I ended up hitting the shifter at full lean angle, fucking on the rev limiter. And it just, And I remember like flipping through the air. And I was like, fucking please, fucking pass out. Like I was, because I'd already had 4 broken ribs. Like, so funny, because all the like major crashes in my life, like they literally happened in a split second. But yet I felt like I had all the time in the world to think.
Yeah,
Like,
it's crazy.
because I instantly could imagine all the pain, or I was worried like one of the ribs was going to press through and puncture one of my lungs. Like, all kinds of stuff was going through my head as I'm like sat there flipping through the air. And I came down, and sure enough, it knocked all the wind out of me. And it just luckily didn't make extremely more worse, but like, yeah, it still made them worse. But yeah, that was a tough night. Like that night as well. So I'd been away from home all year. And that was right prior to our summer break. We were about to have a summer break. And I hadn't been home in whatever 6-7 months, and I was on my way home anyways for the summer break. And found out that night, my sister called and said that my dog of 14 years had died. And I was like,
is you English bulldog?
yeah,
An
yeah,
English
yeah,
bulldog,
yeah. So well, yeah, he was a pit bull, like a little,
okay.
like pit bull, Winston. Yeah,
Okay.
my little pit bull, Winston. Like he was like a little mini, looked like a little bulldog
Like a
as
pocket-
well.
a
Like
pocket
yeah,
bully,
and he
whatever they
was
call it.
like, but such like one of the best dogs I've ever had. Like such a good dog, and yeah,
So
that
it
was
kind of
rough.
ended the season there.
Yeah, so, but that and some other like mishaps with the cortisone and stuff. Like I never touched the stuff in 07.
Oh, okay.
And at that point, like I tried always, like that 07, like I was crazy motivated. Like, so I didn't even want to touch the strong painkillers.
Oh, wow.
Like I wanted to be
So
off
you
of
were
those
just-
as soon as possible. So it was fucking, I was ibuprofen and whatever the doctors could give me that weren't going to numb me, but still,
some of
but
the
not
edge, yeah.
opiates either.
Yeah.
So
Do you feel like every time you got kind of knocked down like that, like took like a layer off you? If you started out your career, at 100%, did you feel like you just kept kind of getting knocked down?
Yeah,
over time?
yeah. I mean that was consistently like, it just added like another barrier or roadblock that I had to like slightly overcome, and every time it wouldn't make me 100%. Like I was 98% and then 96, 90. There was always these little things that kind of knocked me back and just made it that much more.
do you ever think you
Kinda
were
difficult.
You were 100%? Was there ever any time that you were racing healthy 100%?
Yeah, I mean, in those early 2000s and during the year in MotoGP, yeah, I mean, I had a few, but yeah, there was a few times like that I was, but I was 100%, but sadly the machinery I had was
okay.
not
Yeah,
100%.
yeah.
So that was like, I would have, if looking back on it now, like I said, hindsight, like, I don't ever, I believe the things that have happened in my life have happened for a reason. And it made me the person I am today, who I'm extremely kind of fortunate and happy about. Like, so, I don't look back with regret. I don't regret. Like, I believe everything happens for a reason, and so I'm not one of those people that go, oh, fucking, if I had this, I would have done this, or but it would have been cool to have a go, like on like the, back in the, early 2000s, to have a go on like the V5 or Yamaha and test my skills against at that time, like with the bike, but that's when, and I wish things, would have went to plan as well. Like, so the following year with Kawasaki, I was out on track, and it was funny. I had this just strange conversation with Kenny Roberts Sr., like, who always used to just say fucking random completely inappropriate stuff all the time. Like, but I had this one conversation with him that really stuck with me, like towards the beginning part of the year. I don't know, we were in like the hospitality or something, and it really like stuck with me. And it was real at the point when we were kind of really struggling. Like, so Suzuki, within the first 3-4 races, like, you know, the Suzuki wasn't so bad, but within like 3 or 4 races, like, the other manufacturers found massive power advantage. Like, they found huge advantages within the 800, figuring out how to get a hell of a lot more horsepower than what we could. And I mean, it was just, you watch races from like '07 now, like it's fucking ridiculous. Like the Ducati and they're just like fucking, whoa, like they'll be like a mile ahead, like especially at China. Like I was where I was battling in the podium with Stoner and Rossi, and it was funny. I only just recently watched that race back, but it was like a mile long straightaway there. And we'd get to the straightaway, and you would just see the Ducati especially, like, fuck, you know, the thing was like just a missile, like, and it just would, and they'd do like the helicopter view, and you just see the thing like just disappear. And anyways, yeah, it handled amazing, but yeah, it was one of the things. And Kenny Roberts actually said to me, he was like, man, he was like, that's one thing Suzuki always struggled to do, is actually struggle to make horsepower. And the other thing is every 10 years, it's like a fucking normal thing with them. Every 10 years, they make a competitive bike and then it falls off a cliff and it's uncompetitive the year after. Like, but every 10 years, they make that one competitive bike. And anyways, so, and I don't know, it just kind of stuck with me. And then, yeah, because what else did he say? Because he was like, oh, and we don't really, and yeah, they fall off a cliff and then they can't progress from there when all the others, you know, find something new. Takes them another 10 years. Anyways, it stuck with me. And then, you know, all through kind of the beginning, we ended up getting the podium for my first ever podium in China, which was huge deal. And then multiple podiums, like again that year. But that biggest problem was horsepower. No matter what we did, what they did, it didn't come. We could not get horsepower, and I was being like just disappeared, and that's so disheartening. You
gotta ride harder.
Yeah, when you're out on track and you are like you're on the limit, like having to make all this time back up, and then you get to the straightaways and they just fucking disappear from you, like, and you make it all back. And anyways, it was, I mean, it stayed, you know, it stayed good, and you know, I kept it, you know, I finished 4th that year. We had a good year, but, you know, mid-season, like I said, I was just like, this thing's not going to get any more horsepower. Like, as faithful as I want to be with Suzuki, I want to win the fucking championship on a bike that hasn't won the championship. And this is not going to be the way. Like, and they weren't all through the year. Like, we were like almost in point of begging them to bring something, you know, because a lot of manufacturers, they all seem to make these massive steps, like in horsepower from, you know, what they originally tested in January to where they were in you know, May, June time. And we didn't. Like, we were still at the same exact horsepower, at the same exact speed. And anyways, that's, you know, the contracts get done quite early. But at the same time, I saw a bike on the grid constantly every weekend, obviously, but was the Kawasaki. And the Kawasaki was fast. Like, it was fucking super manageable. You know, it had a decent engine in there. It was the Big Bang. Like, it was a nice, smooth, had the horsepower for sure, but it just didn't handle. It handled for shit. Like, it wasn't a good handling bike. But the one thing it had was horsepower.
Yeah.
So I was like, I still can do this whole, you know, I could actually win on a MotoGP bike that's never won ever.
Yeah,
like,
you could still do it.
And I still could do that
if you went
plan
that route,
if I go that route. And
do you think you made a habit of your career of like taking a little bit harder route on things, on like whether or not it was on purpose? I don't know if you had other opportunities at that point, but
Yeah, I did, and I felt like I wanted to prove a point. Like I felt like I wanted to prove a point, so sometimes I took the harder route.
Is that like a personality thing though? Like even still, you feel like like throughout your life, you've always just had that where you feel like you always got to prove something, or is that just in
Yeah, a little
racing?
bit of a chip on the shoulder. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I've always felt like I had a little bit of that chip on the shoulder, and I just wanted to push the limits and the boundary of it. Like I wanted to do stuff, people hadn't done, and I, didn't want just the average this or that. I wanted to push those boundaries, and I was always willing to kind of take that on. And yeah, I mean, it seemed like it was. It seemed like it was going to be, really good. They put everything into it, into the talks and the contract, and it was they put all this money into it, and yeah, they'd made all these promises, like I was going to be the A rider, they were going to listen to me, and I genuinely believed that I could make it happen because all the experience that I'd had at Suzuki, I know the things we did to increase that bike. And if I could go out, yeah, it was going to be a project. It might be, that entire first year was just an entire development year. But if they had the engine, which they fucking definitely did and had, we, could build that chassis over that
You
one
can make
year.
the difference.
Yeah.
And we could make that bike, with that engine in that Suzuki bike, and that would have been gold. It would have been,
Yeah.
amazing.
Now, like during this time period, and obviously we've kind of gone from early 2000s all the way up till towards the end with Kawasaki. What was your life, away from the track like? I know, obviously I read the book, so I know some of the stuff in there. I know there's a lot of dark stuff you talked about, which I hope you don't mind us bringing up. But what were you kind of dealing with personally as well behind all that stuff? Because I know there's a lot, right?
Yeah, no, there were loads, like it, all kinds of stuff. I had obviously split with my girlfriend. That had happened, back in 04, 05, 05, yeah, 04, into 05. Yeah, she ended up cheating on me with my mechanic, and which
insane.
was a bummer. I found out about that at South Africa and planned this like huge trip, like for us to go to Cape Town, and like did the shark diving, and we were going to do this huge like trip, and I knew something was like off, and I was never one for ever like checking others' phones. And anyway, she was in the shower, and anyways, I just randomly like her phone was like messaging, and I knew the time in California. I was like, there's no, who the fuck's messaging her like now? Like, what is this? And so I looked at it, and that's when I found out, and I was like, yeah, fuck this. And then it was crazy because I actually had the opportunity to fire the mechanic. Like I had the opportunity to get rid of. I mean, obviously, I wanted to kill him at that point in time. Like I wanted to, and the crew chief and crew had to step in, and like it was like they had to stop me. And then, anyways, the team manager at the time, Gary Taylor, he was like, "Look, John, you got to make a decision. Like if you want, we can't have this, but if you want us, we can get rid of him. We'll get rid of him." But the guy was fucking awesome at his job, and he was a good guy. Like he was a good guy, and but he was fucking awesome at what he did, like work wise. And I knew once I like the fucking fury and like anger had kind of settled, it kind of made sense. Like it's kind of, so he was like a DJ in his spare time, but he had a lot of really big like DJ friends. My girlfriend had gotten really big into that scene because she was a year older than me, so she turned 21 a year earlier than I did. So when we came home that off season, like she was going to LA constantly. So I was only 20, and like even though I'd had a fake ID, like and all that shit, like most clubs, everything by that point they had the scanner.
Yeah.
So fake ID didn't get you in anywhere. So I was, she found her new life.
Yeah.
She was going and being a go-go dancer at all these like raves and clubs in LA and Hollywood, and like and I just wasn't a club guy. Like I fucking hated clubs. Like I like going to bars, but hated clubs. And we started going in that direction. And anyway, I knew that she was with him because she would use him to get to other DJs, because he knew like famous DJs in London and so forth. And I told the guy, I said, look, dude, like at the end of the day, like I know you won't be together for 3 months. Like I fucking guarantee you, like you won't be. And but that's on you. And anyway, so I let him stay.
You kept working with him.
Yeah,
Wow.
kept working with him.
That's insane.
And like I told him, but I said, you fucking owe me now. Like, so you better work your fucking ass off. Like,
That's insane.
And he did, like, fair play. And it was funny, like, because they were only ever together like less than one. She lived with them for like a month or two, and then she met a DJ in London, and it happened. It happened the way she got herself into that lifestyle, which.
Do you ever think about, I mean, you're just saying this like you're 20 years old, but do you ever think about now, obviously being a bit older, like looking back and like the life you lived at that age? You're not really an adult, but you're like playing out this life that is far beyond your actual age. Do you ever like kind of think about how crazy, because I, talk about it with my girlfriend at home sometimes, just about just life experience, things that she still hasn't experienced. And it's like we've, because of what we do and the traveling and just the people we're around and getting forced to kind of grow up earlier. Yeah. Like you experience life so early on where like it's like when you start saying that story and then you throw in that you're 20 at the time, it's like even just processing that whole situation at 20 years old is like, you put a 20-year-old now and then be on TikTok, taking a selfie, telling all their
exactly, telling the whole world, like
crying.
Crying and with their therapists, and it's just, that's the way it is. Like you're kind of forced to grow up and try and make as much mature kind of decisions as you can at the time. And it is like, and honestly, but it is, you're traveling, man. You're fucking forced to be an adult, in those situations. Like you'd be fucked. I mean, the mechanics and team, everyone's around you. You got your team and stuff like that, but they're not fucking holding your hand. Like they're not.
And they just want a
and
result.
You've got different languages. You've got menus and foods and like different cultures entirely. And it's even more. You have phones now that translate, and it's fucking easy now. Like whereas we didn't have any of that. Like back then, like there was no phone to translate with people if they didn't, there was communication issues. And
was that kind of the start of like some negative stuff? Was like that, or
no,
not really? Just
no,
that was just a blip.
No. But I always partied. Like I always, like with me with alcohol, like when I drank. Like I drank to.
You're an all-in kind of guy.
I'm all in. Like when I drank, I fucking drank to obliterate myself. Like I would outlast anybody. Like I would drink all night, whatever. And
were there big parties then?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like, stuff I can't even speak about. It was funny though. Like you have no idea, man. Like when I was writing my book, and the people knew kind of what my intentions were, it kind of spread like a little bit like a wildfire, because those times, were different. Were different. All those early 2000s, like.
What do you think would have happened if you had phones back then?
Yeah. Oh no, it'd just be super bad. But I did. You should see some of the flip phone camera I've got.
Really?
I've got like crazy
Sell it to TMZ.
I've got like crazy photos on my old school like grainy flip phone. I need to figure out how I can like download those to like I gotta download them onto my computer someday. I've still got all the cables for them and everything. I've got this whole like Ziploc bag of all my old like flip phones.
Insane.
But like, there's some like crazy like pictures and things I have of people on those. But all these people came to me, like you have no idea the amount of people that came to me and were like,
sign this NDA.
Hey man, like what the fuck are you putting in that book? Like you're not going to mention me, are you? Like, and I said, look, man. I said, no. I said, look, it's a tell-all, but The only one I'm going to implicate is myself. But I don't have any intention of, destroying marriages or,
Yeah.
or lives and things and stuff. So yeah, don't worry, man. It's all good. But
That's
just
gotta
the
be
amount
insane.
of people,
Yeah, lining
but
up.
yeah, there were. I mean, it was wild, man. Like it was.
Do you ever
Yeah,
feel like
it's
you got kind of pulled too far in that direction? At
yeah,
times?
yeah. Sometimes, yeah. Like and
Was everybody, or you don't have to say that because it's implicated, but was it like a thing back then? Like that
no.
was,
So it was literally the change happened in like
Okay.
oh seven. Like so, that was the biggest thing. So oh seven, I rode to ride with a broken wrist, and man, when you ride to so there are so many like intricate bones in the wrist, like all kinds of little moving parts and things, and you take like a huge chunk of those parts out, and one of the
Yeah.
tendons that are pulling the whole thing together. Other things have to compensate massively to be able to do what you need to do, and it just fucking destroyed my wrist like massively, like I mean massively. And at the end of that year, I went back, tried to get it fixed by Dr. Ting, and he did like a major surgery on me, and he had pulled the tendon. He managed to somehow like get it, and because it had retracted all the way back up into my shoulder, managed to be able to get it down, and we tried to do the fix at the end of the year, and obviously Kawasaki were. That I was about ready to start testing. I knew I was going to have to probably take a little bit of time on testing off in the beginning, but anyways, yeah. I went from being on the podium at the end of '07, fourth in the world, was on the podium, big high with Suzuki, tested the Kawasaki on Monday and was like, what the fuck have I done? Like,
Oh my god.
oh, this is like
Bad.
bad. Like the chassis was just designed for like a 4 foot, you're fucking 4 foot person, like just tiny, like just not fun, not good. And I was like, but I fucking kept my head down. Like we rode massively, nonstop, hundreds of laps, like 3-day tests at Valencia, Jerez, Malaysia. Tried to get as much like data for them to go away, and so that they could go away. And yet I was also like at another high in my life because I was with my then wife, Ashley. So I had met her like the year and a half before, and like it was just amazing. She traveled with me all through '07. I met her at the middle end of '06, and we were instantly in love, and like I proposed to her in Vegas summer '07. Like it was like super cool, and everything was good. But then the Kawasaki, yeah, at that end of the year it was just bad. The bike was bad. I kept having crashes, so I was constantly catching my elbow on my knee, like because on those GP bikes you got to move around a lot. And I was constantly, because the bike was so small, I was constantly catching my elbow on my knee, which would cause me to lose the front, which happened like at least 5 or 6 times. Like
That's crazy.
and yeah, it was just like, fucking hell, you got to open this thing up. Like we've got to I've got to be able to fucking breathe on the motorcycle.
Yeah.
And anyways, yeah, I went away and then tried to get the wrist fixed. Sadly, like after the 20 plus surgeries Dr. Ting had done amazing on me, like it fucking went like horrifically bad. So he ended up like pulling, and he managed to get the tendon down. We got it, and he had pinned it. And I came home and I was like, yeah, I was never bad with pain. Like I dealt with quite a lot of pain, but I was screaming like, fucking, I had the worst pain. I could still feel it in my ears now, like
I can feel it.
for like 2 weeks, like, and my ex was like, what, like, no, my wife then was trying to be helpful. You know, we're supposed to be, you know, living the good life, honeymoon stage, like, you know, which never was. She was like a nurse nonstop, like a nonstop nurse to me. And my hand started swelling like crazy, like really big. And I'm like, dude, something's fucking wrong, like very, very wrong. Like, we've got to fucking sort this out. So, like, you know, I said, no, dude, this ain't normal. Like, I've got, and after, like, yeah, it was like a week and a half. So I flew back up there, and it turns out, like, so, because of the pin, because of the tendon, they had, like, exterior pins that I was supposed to have for, like, at least, like, a month or two. And yeah, unfortunately, fucking one of the main exterior pins, like that little thing, scar there, one of the fucking pins was through one of the primary nerves and it had been stabbed directly through. So it was just like constant, like 24/7. And after a week and a half, like zero sleep, nothing, like it was bad. So we had to fucking abort the whole surgery. Fucking done, boom, aborted. Like, because I had to go back to testing. And
So
Kawasaki were paying me like massive money. So I couldn't sit the fucking entire year out. So and then the other problem is people were just abusing the fuck out of me, like massively because back then they had the website forums, like comment forums were like huge, especially like the one in the UK, crash.net. They used to and they were like, oh, he's a sellout. He's a fucking, everyone was calling me a sellout because I chose for money. And
You read all of it?
yeah, and I would. And like, that was like the downfall of me. Like, cause I wouldn't sleep. Like, I'd be up all night. Like,
what are you reading?
On my computer. On the computer.
Just going down a hole.
Yeah. And going down a hole. And,
would you respond?
yeah. It's well, no, I wouldn't respond. But it's funny. There were loads of people that struggled with, like, so Casey, he was one that used to actually create fake profiles. And he even admitted it to me that he would create fake profiles to like start arguing with people. And anyway, but I would let it get to me. Like, I would really let it get to me, and I'd be like, fuck you, motherfucker. I'm going to prove you wrong, all you fuckers. And anyways, and then the wrist and the nerve thing went on for ages, and it was crazy.
It never calmed down?
It did, but it took a long time. And yeah, and so I was having to live on like painkillers quite heavily then. And then anyways, they started the year. We go first test. I'm like, all right, get myself as fucking motivated as possible. We're still gonna make this work. Show up at the first test, and the bike's fucking exactly the same. Like, exactly the same. I'm like,
dude,
what the fuck, guys? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, what are we doing here? Like, pumped. Yeah, like, what do you? We put in an insane amount of work, like in riding, and I fucking almost killed myself at the end of the year, like, so that we could have this new shit like to test, and nothing. Like, we had nothing. We had no new parts, and I'm like, well, this ain't. Joke. This is a joke. Like, this is normal. Like, whereas Rob, fucking hell, when we were with Suzuki, man, we were like, boom, boom, boom. We were testing new swing arms and pipes and cylinders and engine, everything. Like, everything was going in, out, in, like constantly new stuff that we were always like this. Like, we had a list of like all the new stuff we had, like every pre-test, and show up, and we had nothing new. And I'm like, yeah, this ain't right. And anyway, so same thing, boom, like fast forward all through the start of the year, nothing was changing on the bike. They actually started bringing new parts in. And funny enough, like, it was only because one of the mechanics and crew chief said my crew chief had been there such a long time that he actually said that the parts that they had brought were from the old school 1000 that they basically just modified in-house. Because back then they had Alex Hoffman riding, who was like quite taller. So to make me bigger on the bike, they just brought just a part from the old school one, like, which was extremely uncompetitive, like all 1,000, and just basically modified it to fit on this new like 800, like in terms of like swing arm and stuff.
That's crazy.
And so, yeah, it was wild, man. And so that was the downfall of me in the sense that, so prior to that, I drank to party. Like I drank as a celebration. I drank as fun, and it was always a celebration prior to that point. Like it was always, a celebration. I wasn't,
Positive, happy.
I was having to live consistently on painkillers by this point, like, and live on opiate like painkillers just to get through a lot of the weekends, because I was accumulating injuries as well, because I was living on the fucking forums and reading all the stuff and all these this and that, and like, so I was going above and beyond the limit to try and achieve these results on a bike that just was not even remotely capable of achieving them. Like it just was impossible. But I was still trying to make it happen. And so I was racking up more injury after, like, I broke my back. I had insane amount of injuries that
Didn't
year.
you lose your brakes on that bike?
No, so I had the fastest crash of my life. So I had 180 mile an hour at Assen. I couldn't even touch the brakes. But what had happened is I had crashed. So I had crashed at the beginning of qualifying, like in the second lap. I'd went down, and I had an A bike and a B bike. Like the A bike was with the setting that, because we were running out of parts as well. Like, so that whole year we were running out of parts. We were running out of things
To fix the bike.
to fix the bike, like of the newest like stuff, of the most competitive stuff, and like so. Anyways, I had one bike left of this chassis that I liked, liked best, and the other one was like an older, like not good one on the second B bike. So, go out, crash the A bike. It was only a small crash, but they had to come in, but it did normal levers, bars, shit like that. They had to fix and replace, and then by the end of qualifying, they managed. I went out on my B bike, and then I was like, "Look, get it fucking fixed, so I can put a lap in." Because I was going actually quite well. Like, it was one time in Le Mans, I was fighting for the podium. I was going to be on the podium the one and only time that year in France, and I was fighting for it, making my way up. I got to fourth and was catching, I believe, Edwards, and was like making my way up to fourth or third, and fucking chain snap. Like, and it's on. They have another one on YouTube, like where I'm coming out of the chicane at Le Mans, like, and fucking I was just in front of Rossi and Barros and Melandri or something, and the chain snapped, and it's like a snake, like. But that was a disappointment. But anyways, Rad Assen. It's going well. Like, I'd had a good, strong start to the season, like, or weekend. Like, wasn't that bad. I'm like, look, I need to put this lap time on the fucking A bike. They got it fixed just in time. Go out. Anyways, I went out, and in the fastest section, like the last left-hander, which is like super fucking fast, and banked. You're like pretty much fifth gear wide open, and you just barely barely shut off and then back on it again. I was in there in like 180 mile an hour, and just as soon as I went from right to left, I'd crashed. Like, I was on the ground, like, and floating. Like, I don't even remember what would happen, and fucking smack into an Armco, literally metal, nothing, unprotected wall. Like, and because I had crashed in such a fucking awkward, unfamiliar place than normal, like, and the wall was right there. So I fucking smashed. Luckily, it was a slight angle that I hit it, but like, I hit it at a slight angle and just fucking, annihilated my right knee, like destroyed my right knee. But I already had broken vertebrae in my back from fucking like 2.5 weeks prior, 3 weeks prior at Barcelona. And I mean, yeah, after that hit, I was lucky to be alive. Like,
And let me ask you this. I mean, like the doctors at the series throughout all this weren't like, were you able to do push-ups like and all this shit that you would have to go through now, like the hoops you'd have to jump through to prove that you could actually ride a bike back then? Like, how are you even allowed to get on a bike?
yeah, I mean, I would push through pain barrier to be able. I mean, yeah, we had to. They're not as strong as now, but yeah, I mean, I would just push through the pain barrier to do it, just to get on the bike, and
It's insane.
and yeah, it was
It's-
just yeah, it was a repetitive deal.
Yeah.
Like it was just a repetitive deal, and then it just got bad to worse. Like
So that kind of rock bottom at that point for you,
yeah,
you would say?
yeah, it was like it was getting worse and worse like throughout that year. But no, far I went way
You went worse.
way farther down in terms of my like personal stuff.
Yeah.
But
Well, we don't have to get into that. But how do you? I guess what I'm curious is how do you? What led you to getting way back out of that? You know, what kind of led to you realizing that you had to make a switch to kind of claw your way back to something? Was it racing or just like?
No,
personal
I mean,
stuff, or-
yeah, it was racing, but it was like I'd gotten like crazy bad, like you know, like full blown opiate addiction, like and insane like rehab, alcohol, like it, yeah. And I at the point I didn't want to live, like it didn't. You know, and I've never ever been one to kind of even think about like going that route. But I was in such a dark, deep, bad place.
Would you attribute that to the pain as well?
Yeah. I mean, it was everything, like pain, depression. It was crazy, man. Because like when I was making the most money in my life, and I was, $5 million a year, and the life, and I'd married literally the love of my life, like that I loved more than anything, and like, I was fucking, yeah, I was fucking the most miserable I've ever been in my life, ever.
That's crazy.
Like, I was so bad, and then the fact that I was so miserable and depressed and in such a bad place made it even worse, because I was like, what the fuck do you have to be depressed
Yeah, you
about?
should be happy,
dumb?
right?
You
I
should
know.
be fucking, you should be like happy, grateful. Like, and I was never not grateful, but I was, it was,
Isn't it crazy how that
it's
works?
like the
though?
worst
You like beat
feeling.
yourself
Like
up more.
I was beating myself up, and I've always like been my own worst enemy. Always have been, always was. Like, I've always been extremely hard on myself, whether it was with my racing, on track, anything I did. Like, and that was one of the worst things, because I was in such a dark, deep, like, fucking hole and in a bad place that it made it 10 times worse, because I was constantly telling myself, like, look, you need to be grateful. You need to, like,
you
the
shouldn't be
fuck
here.
is wrong with
Yeah,
you? Like,
you got it
fucking-
all.
Yeah, and so I guess there's kind of two personalities. I was like beating myself up massively, and honestly, like it was such a bad place. But it wasn't until then that like I then kind of got sober. I did the program. Like
Was there a turning point though? Like, or just you
yeah.
just hit bottom?
No, I hit rock bottom, and I'd tried everything, man. I'd tried every kind of easier solution than possible. I'd done everything. Like, I'd had all the therapists and the yoga and the this and that, and like, the every kind of thing possible, meditation and everything, religion and everything possible, every best thing money could buy, ridiculous amount of money on these therapists, like psychologists, and all these like crazy things, and just none of it worked. Like, it just never worked. And it literally wasn't until and it was my last opportunity, and I finally went to rehab and did the thing, and I actually did the program of AA, and it's yeah, I mean, literally saved my life and gave me a new life. Like, and it was, the people I met in there, the things I did, and just my way of thinking. Like, my way of thinking was entirely wrong. Like, it gave me a new way of thinking, and learning to appreciate gratitude and being, grateful. I was, like I said, I was never not grateful, but it taught me how to appreciate that gratitude. And just like I said, my whole way of thinking kind of changed. And, and it was a process. Like, it was, a massive process, and things that had to be built and learned and, done over the years. But that was, a massive, like, turning point. And it had only gotten worse. Like, over those 2 years, like 08, 09, like I accumulated, because I tried racing World Superbike, and Kawasaki had left me in the contract, and it was like, it was ups and downs, and just got worse and worse over those years. And I'd built up, like I said, even more injuries. And, that's when, towards the end of it was about 2010, I was like, all right, I'm going to come back to America and do a season here. Return back with Ulrich, and I'd funded it, because I was, Monster were paying me like $250,000 a year. So I funded the whole project.
Oh,
like,
really?
Yeah. So
That's
I was like,
so nuts.
I was like, look, I'll do it. I want you to run the team, and I just want to race and be home while I focus on, like, my program and getting myself, like, back healthy again. And, I knew I had to work out a bunch of body stuff, like get some surgeries and things. And anyways, yeah, so we did. And then it's crazy. I showed up at Daytona for, like, the first, like, fucking race, and I knew it was getting worse and bad, but, like, it was bad. Like, at Daytona, I had no wrist. Like, I had no wrist at all. Like, it had seized up by that point. Like, and because I did quite a bit of motocross that winter, and it just got worse and worse. And by Daytona, I literally had no wrist, so I only could move my wrist like 5%. So I was, I was having to do that, like, to shift, and then, like, going into turn one, like, I was having to, like, let my hand off of the handlebar and then grab the brake. Like, it was fucking, I still ended up, like, 5th in the race. But I was like, fuck this. And I tried it one more time at Fontana. Like, I tried it at Fontana. That's where we were. And I was like, fuck this. I can't. I'm gonna fucking hurt myself or fucking kill somebody else. Like, I need to get this fixed. And then, man, that was, like, wild, because we went to at least 30 different surgeons around the world. Everywhere in America, everywhere in Australia, England, Spain, Italy. The managers tried everything. Like, it was, we
just
sent
to fix
everything.
Your wrist.
Yeah, just trying every single, because the pain was becoming excruciating again. And
by this point, you're sober.
And sober, and not wanting to go down that route again.
So let me ask you this: when you go sober like that, how do you deal with, like, obviously you said you weren't big on painkillers anyway, but how do you deal with, like,
Well, it did. That changed, like, because during that period as well, like, I went ridiculously bad on opiates, like.
So, but after that, you have to give them up.
No, exactly.
So then you're going through surgeries.
Yeah.
Just raw dogging it.
Yeah, just raw dogging and going for it. And yeah, I mean, they'll give you some of the initial, but then after, like,
it's done.
Well, you know yourself.
You don't
gotta
cut
cut.
that road.
Exactly. So, yeah, and that was the biggest problem. Like I said, the wrist was big, because every single doctor was saying, that's it. Like, you're done racing. Like, you've got to have it fused. Like,
Who fixed it?
So not only am I not going to be able to race ever again, I'm never going to be able to ride a motorcycle properly ever again. And I'm like, there's just no fucking way. And, like, it was wild. Like, went around the world for months trying to find the doctor. Finally, I went to my managers kind of to have to talk, like, and which were in San Diego, not far from my house. And I was actually, like, crying, because I was like, fuck, man, I'm done. Like, what the fuck? Like, I can't race or ride even ever again. And I was getting kind of emotional. And just by chance, like, one of the other managers that worked at another kind of genre or other sport came over and said, hey, you know, John, I can't, and I kind of knew him, but he was like, oh, you know, I just heard, you know, I can't help, but I think I know someone that might be able to help. He's like, you know, I follow NFL all the time, and the on-field doctor for the Chargers here has just done like a revolutionary surgery on a quarterback, which has kind of just saved this quarterback's life, like in career. I think he might be able to help. And I was like, well, okay, yeah fucking
anything, right?
let's go today. Yeah. Like, and I went and he was like, yeah, I think I can help you. And so, yeah, it was fucking wild. They went and shortened my full like revolutionary surgery and shortened the ulnar radius and like constructed a like scaphoid, like, yeah, all recreated a bunch of the bones in there, and then got cadavers, like, so yeah, you know, dead people's parts in me. And
that's so creepy when you say it like that, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. So, but they got it working, like, again, like, and it came back. And
do you have pain?
Not so much. Like, wrist is one of the minimal. Like, the wrist is not one of the, whereas like all these insane surgeons from like Johns Hopkins and all these, like, you know, Harvard fucking best of the best, yeah, said like, that's it. No, you got to have it fused. Like,
you think they were just scared?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
It's just like anyone, I guess, right? It's the first guy who does the backflip, and
yeah,
everybody's doing the backflip. It's like,
so
it
yeah,
takes one guy.
they managed to do it, and then it was funny because you know, we were never that close, like, at the track, because we were quite rivals, and but you know, we stayed in touch. But we came a lot closer after, you know, our competing years. But Nikki and I were never like extremely close. But it was funny. Later on, like, I don't know, I was racing in like British Superbike, and he was racing like World Superbike at the time, and he was having a big problem with the wrist, and it was crazy because I knew kind of what he was going through, and I obviously knew everything, and so ended up contacting him, and I heard about it, and it, you know, his results were struggling, and like there were loads of like stuff about it in the press, and so I sent him a message, and I just said, hey man, like, I know what you're going through, like, I know, I think I can help, man, like, I think, you know, I have someone that you need to see that I think can fix you, and so yeah, sure enough, he went, and then boom, yeah, same surgery, wow. And yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, same thing, same doctor, and yeah, but that was it was
it's a roller coaster.
Wow.
Let me ask you this: takeaway wise from that journey, what was kind of the biggest thing that you live with now? Obviously, looking back, it's been some time. What would you say is kind of lived on with you that you took away in a positive way or negative, I guess, but just learned from it? What was the biggest thing?
Well, I mean, from that time frame, there were so many kind of learning aspects, but just never give up. Like, just never give up. Like, that was one of the biggest from that. But that and learning acceptance, like learning acceptance of things, like. Over that time frame was a huge point that have helped me to the person that I am today. I mean, yeah, it's taken years to kind of hone and figure out more and more and unturn, but yeah, I mean, all of it. Never give up. I mean, acceptance and gratitude, like gratitude massively, like for everything. Yeah. You know, not to waste, you know.
Have you had people since then? Because obviously it was public. You know, you're a public guy and public figure, so all this stuff was like you had to live through everyone kind of knowing generally what was going on. Did you have people afterwards though that, you know, kind of came to you and related or had similar things that maybe you didn't realize that you
massively, and you know, there's a lot of people that have been, you know, super fortunate to be able to have helped get through like certain situations and things in their lives, or, substance abuse and other things like which I've been, managed to help with. And I'm talking like pro,
Yeah.
like racers and things, which is, extremely, grateful for that I've been able to, been in that position to be able
really cool.
to
Yeah.
offer that. And, there's also others that I've tried to help that, sadly, it was just like me, like at multiple, for quite a long time, like, I couldn't be helped, like,
Yeah.
because
You don't wanna help
I didn't
yourself.
want to help myself.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Is that the
no one
biggest
else,
thing?
Yeah.
If-
That is the,
If you can't help yourself, you can't get through it.
yeah. If you don't want to help yourself, you're beating your head against the wall. And that's a sad thing. Like, when it comes to friends, family, anyone, like you can only do so much. And at the end of the day, you love your family, your friends, like, and, to see them in that way. But at the end of the day, if you're going to enable them, it's just going to carry on, until you've got to let them you got to let them work that out for themselves. And, everyone's kind of rock bottom is different. And, mine ended up being, smuggling, going back and forth from Tijuana and like spending insane amount of money on opiates and, just bad, like bad, like times, and my bottom was, super, super bad. But, I had to go through it. I had to go through it.
Yeah, no, you should read the book.
I'm
The book's
going to.
nuts. That's what kind of lead to my next question was like, how hard was it to, like, how long did it take you to get to a place where you felt like you're okay with putting the book out and like talking about all that stuff?
That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite a few years. I never wanted to do it while I was like technically racing. Like I didn't want to do it while I was racing because I didn't want it to create
Turmoil
and backlash and something. So I wanted to wait until I was like officially kind of done racing, and it was cool because it was we had like a super solid year that year in 2011. 2010 was basically trying to get my wrist fixed. That entire year was like trying to get my wrist. 2010 with Ulrich, was a matter of trying to get my wrist fixed, and and then it was, I don't know, there was kind of tension between my manager and Ulrich, and it just didn't end well. And at the end of the year, I didn't have any ride in 2000 because I was all excited. I was going to be like, 2011, I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna win the Superbike Championship. Like I'm fucking ready, I'm healthy, I feel good, like mentally, I'm in a good place. Like I want to go out and win this championship. And it dragged on like this. At the end of the year, come like January, I didn't have a ride. Like I had no ride, and I was like,
First time in your career.
yeah. And I was like, what the fuck are we gonna do? Like, and there were nothing like left, not a lot left in anywhere, and it was just by chance. Like, and I knew I wanted to get back. I was like, fuck it. Like I feel good. Like I want to go back, and I'm solid in my program now. I want to go back to Europe. The best place to obviously go. Like I had like loads of World Superbike, but bottom back of the pack, and I wanted to go to win. Like I wanted to go, so I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna go to British Superbike. Like that's a good. You get, you don't go there to make money, but you go there to be in the spotlight, like to get back to furthering yourself.
Yeah.
And had a fucking great year, like amazing, like super good year. I was. Again, it was another year. Everyone was like, "Oh, he's going to struggle on British tracks, and he's going to be terrible." And
do you feel like a lot of people would like turn their back on you, or whatnot? Was there like actual things you experienced with people that were kind of just like, once you publicly started going through all that stuff, they're just like, you felt
a little
some type
bit,
of way?
a little bit. So again, I had a chip on my shoulder once again, but it wasn't the chip on the shoulder before, like in an unhealthy way. It was actually a positive way, and I knew how to positively utilize that, channel it, and so I did, and it was a great year. Like second round, I'd won my first race, and it was iconic. Like I did an event which I don't think it's even been done since, but I raced British Superbike, World Superbike, and MotoGP in the same weekend that year. So I did I did 2 wild cards, and then I got the pole position in World Superbike at Silverstone in World Superbike. So I was on a BSB spec bike. So yeah, raced the weekend before in British Superbike. I won the race and was on the podium in that. Boom. Second weekend was World Superbike on my BSB spec bike. I ended up going out and did a it was like 2:04.0 or something. But yeah, I got pole position, lap record in World Superbike. Unfortunately, the bike was quite a bit slower.
Yeah.
Wasn't good, but I still finished the race like fifth in one race and then seventh in the other. And it was funny because destroyed the then factory Suzuki World Superbike team. So that's kind of how Paul Denning got into World Superbike. So which he's there now, obviously with Yamaha now, but that's what got us into World Superbike was basically that one kind of wild card ride. But then the kind of grand finale of it was I was racing MotoGP. I'd already done a couple wild cards in MotoGP that year, but I did one at Brno, and that was going to be like the icing on the cake. And first day on the Friday, I ended up finishing fifth. So the then full-time rider was Alvaro Bautista. And I ended up finishing, we were fifth and sixth on Friday, at Brno. And I was like, fuck, I can podium this. I can podium this or win this. Fuck, I know I can. I think I can be there because I was only going to get more comfortable on the bike.
Yeah.
And then, it was fucking piss and rain. The next day, and I ended up losing the front in turn 3 there, which is like wide open, like you're fast. And because I'd been racing in British Superbike the whole year, like where walls are fucking like super close, when you crash in the wet, normally you're gonna hit a wall in British Superbike. So anyway, and I crashed like the second I touched the brakes, like front went, and I was sliding, and I was like sliding backwards, and I was like, oh fuck, I gotta like stop so I put my hands on the ground like as hard as and dug everything I had, when fuck all I had to do, I had miles to, I would have hit nothing. And that's when my hand and my finger hit the curbing and just like shattered the bone into like two and destroyed my whole finger. And that was bad. That was tough. And so I couldn't race that. But then that started the end of the showdown. And then that whole British Superbike showdown, I literally was having a surgery, racing, blowing it all apart, having a surgery, racing, blowing it all apart.
That's insane.
And then by the end of it, it had already, it was fucking so bad. I was using a new glove for every session. The Alpine Stars made me entirely modified glove with a finger,
3.
Yeah, no, well, a finger that was huge. It was crazy. And but then it got fully infected. Yeah, it was bad. At the end of all of that, I fucking lost the championship by 6 thousandths of a second.
Dude.
Yeah, it's one of the greatest races in the commentary makes it so good.
It's the best.
Dude,
and
they
those
go
guys,
nuts. Yeah.
And what's crazy is, I know you commented on it, but last year was arguably maybe the same level or a little bit.
Yeah, it was even slightly a little bit better, racing wise. It was only the backstory. It was just the backstory of everything in mine. And never knowing the tracks, and
it's crazy,
and which kind of made it as kind of legendary as it was. But for racing wise, fucking this last one was so good. That was so good.
What would you say, your I guess your legacy overall as a racer? What would you say you're leaving behind in that chapter of your career? How would you kind of sum it all up? Obviously, there's a lot of ups and downs to it.
Yeah, there's a lot of ups and downs. I mean, just never afraid to take on the challenge, and and gave it everything that I had.
And then
you know,
some.
and then some. Like was never afraid to. You know, with whatever bike and whatever thing I was riding. So, you know, I never got beat by a teammate. Like never. So if whatever teammate I was ever riding against, like, you know, I was always kind of beating them. Always managed to beat them. Which was good. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ups and downs. But yeah, I wouldn't say there's like one, you know, there's so much. Like, yeah, there's a real. I'm just real.
Yeah.
Like
Raw.
ups, downs, bads, good. Like, and
Well, I think it's relatable, if anything. You know, I think so much of like our sport and sport in general, and sport is like, as soon as bad stuff starts happening, it's like, okay, we got to get rid of that guy. It's gone.
Yeah.
You know, and they don't usually come back.
Yeah,
You know?
I know. I made all kinds of like comebacks, and you know, did you know, a lot within my career, and raced competitively in every championship, like, and stood on the podium or won, or you know, had success in every single major championship in the world between, you know, whatever, AMA and Moto America. MotoGP World Superbike.
It's not too late to get on a bagger,
British
dude.
Superbike.
He did.
I rode it in
I know you were- I
Malaysia,
know
and
you- I heard-
I enjoyed it. But
I
I
heard you were
did because I took my insurance. Like, it was crazy. At the end of my career, like, so when I was getting that wrist done, and it was potentially like the end of my career. Like, so if I had taken that payout then,
Because you had like a career ender policy or something.
yeah, I had like a career ending policy. If I had taken it then, like when they all told me like you need to have it fused
You
and
got to do it.
you got to do it, like it was in upwards of like, it was over 100. It was in upwards of over 100 million. Like
over the rest of your life.
yeah.
What?
Yeah, because they base it off of what you're making your recent, like your last like 3 years.
Yeah.
And it was like just over like 100 million. And
And you said, "Fuck it, I'm coming back."
no, I'm
Holy
coming
shit.
back and racing, and then
It's insane.
That is insane.
It's just like taking 100,000 versus 800
Yeah.
to go race.
I thought you were going to say 100,000. I can't believe you. That's crazy.
yeah. So, and I chose it. I said no. I wanted to go back and race, and then so boom, like, so throughout my life, like, then especially like those next years, like, there weren't a lot of body parts left that were even insurable. Like, so every year something else was
Can
being
you
canceled.
even get health insurance anymore? Do they give it to you? or
No, they do. It's expensive, like super expensive. But at the end, like when I had my career-ending crash in British Superbike, like, which, you know, shattered both of my knees and my like lower back. My knees were the only thing left, like, on the policy.
So that's how it works. You're
Like,
insuring body parts.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
wow,
yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So basically,
And
if they deem.
but no,
body-
you're insuring your body, but because I'd had so many
Surgery.
injuries,
There was nothing left.
they
excluded.
excluded
shit.
the rest of my.
I just thought it was like if you decided
No,
you had
so-
to retire, they would
No,
just
no,
write
no.
your
So
policy.
they excluded the rest of my body. Like, so
that's
every
crazy.
year it was like, nope, your wrist's not going to make it this year. So we got to exclude your wrist off the policy, your
They
fucking
probably were
legs, your
sweating,
ankles,
though.
your yeah.
So you kind of and not lucked out. Obviously, it fucked you up, but you
Yeah.
lucked out that it wasn't something else that ended it.
Yeah. So, I mean, no, not really, because the other thing they do is they then base your payment off of
Current salary.
your current salary, and in British Superbike, like, it's it's nothing.
Yeah.
Like, it's you know, McDonald's. Like, you make way more,
Yeah.
and that was, I was on like what was known as a good salary for British Superbike,
Yeah.
and so they.
So you can't race again. This is where this is going.
Yeah,
you can't come
so-
back
so
for the baggers.
But no, I could, because I believe there's an exception. So
He's
because
in.
it's
He's
a
looked
whole
into it.
because it's a whole new situation, and Yeah, I think I probably
They
could.
didn't exclude baggers because it didn't exist back
because
then.
it didn't exist, and I believe there's loopholes that I could actually make it
don't-
happen, but
History tells the story, Hopper.
Tomorrow morning,
Don't
Harley
do
Davidson
it.
calls them.
yeah,
History tells the story.
I did enjoy it. Like I loved it back riding it in Barcelona recently, man. It was fucking that. But that track is like, I love that track. Like,
Dude, literally, he rolled. I forgot what turn it is. What is it? What's the fast right before the back straight? The turn. What is it? 6? No, 6 is left. What is it?
No, yeah. So no, that's 6, 7, 8. Like
So eight. Dude, he goes. I'm like behind him, and I don't even know where the track goes. And this guy is just fucking. We go in, dude, and I brake, and he's just
Keeps going.
I'm like, oh my, I'm gonna fucking drop my Hopper, dude. And he's like, he comes on me and goes, I'm on the same brake mark as my MotoGP bike. And I'm like, fucking what?
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah,
insane.
so yeah, I mean, I have my points dialed. Like
I
that
guess
was
so.
Dude, crazy.
always like I know like exactly
Yeah.
like what points and everything to use, and obviously on a MotoGP bike you're arriving a lot faster, but the brakes are fucking a lot better.
Yeah.
So
I think that's really
it's-
cool because I mean I think a lot of people, there's certain guys at our level, at any level that ride without any of that stuff. They just ride by feel, and like listening to, how you've ridden throughout your career, you seem like you'd be more of a feel guy, but obviously
no,
saying that's not the case.
So no, I was always connect the dots, like, and that's something that I massively utilized to help me through my career, especially when finding and trying to find consistency and everything, like out on the track, and back in those days we didn't have riding coaches, we didn't have like teams and videographers and people helping in that, so it was just fucking, we had to learn ourselves, but we had insane amount of track time to be able to do that. But that was one of the biggest things that I think helped me, was finding those points, everything. And visualization became a thing that continually started to help me in my career throughout, and to be able to visualize having those like points, so breaking point, turn in point, apex point, throttle opening.
I love it. That's why one of the biggest things I work on with guys when I do coaching is just like references.
Yeah,
All
and
those
you,
little
you
points.
have those references, and you just connect the
Boom, boom,
dots,
boom.
like, and
It's a lot easier.
Yeah, and it's just big. It just helps you, and instantly you can go back to a track. Like I said, I can go back to Barcelona.
It's so cool.
I could be like on a decent lap time immediately, just because I know every reference to do a decent lap there.
And I think now, like with GP, with not having zero track time, like, I mean, there's no, they get 2
No.
tests. Those guys have to.
Yeah.
And they roll out in like lap 5, and you're like,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah,
That
like
video
near
of
lap
Marquez with
record.
the sound thing. You watched that
Dude,
video of
that's
him
crazy.
where they put headphones on him and he got to tell them what track it is based on the sound of the bike.
Yeah.
They can name every track.
Yeah.
Just off the pitch. Like that's so sick.
No, you would. I mean, I know I could. Like,
Yeah.
I know.
That's really cool. This is a good time to transition. We're deep into this one. We might have to split it into 2. We're almost 3.5 hours in, if you could believe it. But obviously, more recent times, everyone kind of knows you for your role with Joe and American Racing, which came to an end this year.
Yeah.
Was the first year. How was that transition for you? Was it something you always anticipated you were going to do? Get into like coaching or mentoring or that kind of role?
No, it kind of just happened. I really had no idea. Like, it was quite bad, because I came out of racing, and it kind of messed me up a little bit again, because I all I'd ever done is motorcycle racing. But yeah, I was like laying there in the gravel trap, and I was like, after the final one, and I was like, I can't, I'm done. I'd already had 2 beautiful daughters. So I was like, can't keep doing this. So before they even said I was done, I said to myself, I'm done. I'm done. I'm not doing this again. Can't keep doing this. But yeah, it took quite a few years. Like, as soon as I started the rehab, and my ex was like, "Oh, you've got to be done." I was like, "Yeah, no, I am." But as soon as I started rehab and stuff, I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go back to racing." Like,
It's always there.
and then
Dog.
I know I can, but then luckily, I didn't get the full range of motion back, and it just didn't happen. But yeah, so it was a tough few years though, because I didn't really know what the fuck I wanted to do. Like I had no plan. I had no like after racing plan yet. Like I'd still thought I was going to get at least another 5-6 years, minimum like of racing. So I didn't really have a big plan. So anyways, yeah, it became 2 and 2. I've always helped and always worked well with other riders. Like when I go out riding and helping friends, I always like helped consistently, and everyone was like, "Oh, you should coach riders," and always said that. But anyways, yeah, it just happened in 2020. Like they approached me. I didn't really know Joe that well, but they took me on board, and we worked super well together in the beginning, and yeah, it evolved from that. We had like a super good year with Joe that first year. He was on the podium literally. I think prior to that, his like best result was like 15th or something like that ever, and then boom, he's pole position and consistent, podiums that whole year. He had a solid year, and then got the MotoGP ride offer to race for Aprilia. It was a solid year, and he was, he contributed a lot to that, to myself, like publicly, which was a that was cool and huge reward and fulfilling. And it didn't work out though when he didn't, he decided to take another role.
Italtrans.
Yeah, Caltrans, and not take the GP offer. And
what was your opinion on that during it? Were you telling him
told
to go?
him it would be the biggest mistake of his career
For
from
not
that
taking
point.
it.
Yeah, from that point, I said it will be. It will be from this point forward if you
Don't do it.
And then I told him it was. I mean, it was a huge backstory to that. But by the time we got there, I was on his like motorhome, and I said, "Look, man, like if you take this, it's going to be your biggest regret in all of your career, and I promise you that. Like I know it will be." And
taking the Aprilia deal?
not taking it. Not taking it will be like I promise you, it's going to be your biggest regret of your life. Like not doing it if you don't take it. And then he had already made some other like things, and I told him, I said, "Look, man, I can't work with you like as a manager from this point like forward. Like we're the 3 major decisions that we've he ended up taking a kind of another decision as the way I was advising.
Yeah.
And I just said, "Look, it's just I'm not good for you, man. Like I see your career going another way, and every time there's, you're going another way. So it's
Not working.
It's not working. Like, so, we're still cool and everything, but like, it's just management wise, like, I can't help you. I can't do what you're wanting. Like, and then, so we remained cool and everything. And then, carried on and, went through the riders and,
And then he came back this year, and
He came back.
Yeah, he came back.
again.
Yeah, again, and then had like a amazing
run.
year. But I mean, I was actually getting ready to leave the team, so I was like, I was having multiple occasions like differences of opinion with the team ownership, and we were having conflicts within, like inner conflicts regularly, and just different ideas on how to progress and go forward, and some things happened the year previous, and I was gonna separate from the team at the end of 23, and then obviously like Joe, I helped get him there to the team, and Joe, he was like, he kind of begged me to stay and was like, "Look, dude, I promise, like I'm giving it everything. We're let's do it. Let's, bring the team back." And so we did, and I was like, "All right, no, let's do it." And, the plan was for him to obviously go out and win, kill it, and which he did, and amazing, and locked down the MotoGP year halfway in the deal, a MotoGP deal halfway into the year. And then, I could then put my focus again back into, you know, what I'm doing now with the Valet and the circuit and so forth. And, you know, we'll be good to go. And I took over obviously managing him personally again. And it was just, yeah, it was tough, man. It was tough. It was a tough year, like
Yeah.
management wise. Like, I mean, I was in meetings, like just, so I was trying to do both roles during the same weekend, like the same rider coach, kind of race director role, entire like weekend. And then in the evenings was just like lunch breaks. Like there was no point in any point of the first half of the season. Like I don't think I was ever free. Like never, like I was either on my way to a meeting with like a MotoGP team sponsor, somebody, or, you know, going over data, video, you know, mechanics, working with them, and just crazy, like non-stop. But yeah, it was just, yeah, it was a shame because Joe should have had like,
That opportunity should have been his.
yeah, he should have gotten the
should've.
Trackhouse MotoGP ride. Like
Yeah.
it was unbelievable that he didn't, and it was just,
I was with him like a week after when he came to New York or something, a couple weeks after.
yeah.
Was that shocking to you that because obviously I knew he was very bummed at the time, and it was pretty shocking to him that he didn't get it because he
Yeah.
went into the summer break thinking
No,
it's
dude,
kind of a done deal, right?
they had told him. So the owner had consistently told us, like I witnessed, like both Joe and I like witnessed 3 or 4 times that the owner himself basically said that this ride is yours, like this, we are making this happen. And that, like, it was like consistently through the year. You know, from the first opening launch that we went to in LA, which we made sure to meet him for the first time and talk. And we had like a great, you know, relationship in the beginning. It was super good. And yeah, he was like, yeah, man, this is going to be, just go out and have a semi like competitive year. And this bike's yours, man. It's going to be yours. Definitely. And you know, that's reassuring. Like that is a super reassuring thing. You're the owner of the team. You know,
American.
You can. It's fits 2 and 2. Like it's that. And from Joe's standpoint, like that's a real reassuring
Yeah.
Gives
thing.
you some confidence.
And
too.
that's a motivating factor, which it was. And yeah, so it was like super
And
good.
dude, his first half of the year was unreal.
Yeah.
Like it's that, I mean,
And then the one thing that I didn't tell Joe is, and I never did, is because it was all last minute. Like Davide Brivio was never even supposed to, he was never there. Like it was supposed to be another guy that was going to manage the team all the way up until like February, March. And anyways, they brought in Davide Brivio. And so it was funny, out of all the races, like Qatar wasn't the one that didn't go the greatest at all, and that was one of that we expected to just like annihilate. Like we expected it to go way better than it did, but you know, with the Pirellis, we chose the wrong Pirelli tire.
Yeah. Everybody,
it was
a nightmare.
It was just a nightmare for the Pirellis. That was the only reason, and that was just the biggest problem. But we knew we could overcome it. And anyways, yeah, so luckily, and that was good because Joe stayed strong. Normally, when he has like setbacks, he can struggle to kind of come back, but he kept himself motivated and boom, nailed it. Strong podium in Portugal. But
What did they end up saying was the reason that?
No, so that was the reason I went. I knew. So a year and a half prior to owning the team, the Trackhouse owner had no idea, really, had just never even knew what MotoGP was. Didn't even know kind of it existed, like a year and a half prior. So obviously he wanted to employ someone into the team that knew what they're doing, knew someone that knew the sport through and through, and rely on that person to give them advice. And, you know, Joe, the owner is not going to, from not knowing anything, I wouldn't go to NASCAR. I know nothing about NASCAR, but like I'm not going to go to NASCAR and then go, oh, he's a good driver. Yeah, I'm not gonna, I had no idea. I don't know what's good, what's not, and what works and what doesn't. So he employed Davide to and entrusted everything into him. And I knew that was obviously the case and what was going to happen and what was going to be kind of the role. So I went and spoke, and I had obviously known Davide most of my career. He was in the paddock throughout my whole Grand Prix career. So I went and spoke to him because I knew he was the man that was going to be calling the shots and making that kind of decision. So boom, Ryan, this was Thursday, even before Joe's good result there. And I went and met with him because I knew. And he was, he just said, sorry, man. Yeah, I like Joe. And yeah, just not important for us, though, to have an American rider. And honestly, we're a new team, but we have no intention of getting a rookie riders. No intention whatsoever of having rookie riders. We want 2 veteran riders and take the team to the front. So yeah, sorry. And I'm like, okay, well, I've got fucking Massimo Rivola over here, saying 100% he wants to get back on track with Joe if he has a good year. I've got the owner of the team telling us let's make it happen. We're gonna make it happen. And I've got this guy that's just come in 2 or 3 weeks. That's just saying fucking a completely no fucking chance. It's not happening. So I'm like, okay, well, one, we've got to turn his fucking opinion of Joe. We've got to change his mind of Joe. And 2, I've got to just continue working the other 2, Justin and Massimo. I've got to get them to, because at the end of the day, it's his team. He can easily just say, yeah, sorry, dude, I'm calling the shots here. Yeah. So, that's, and that went all year. We're at both of those, we're yeah, man, we're doing it. And Davide he just never turned the corner. He seemed he started to around mid-season, and that's when I pulled a Hail Mary, because normally with Joe, he's quite sensitive mentally, and we wouldn't talk about anything during the race weekend, from Thursday onward. We wouldn't talk about anything whatsoever. And so, which we did. And it wasn't until Assen where if the decision was being made, a rider was being put to paper on that fucking team. And I was like, dude, we've got to do something. And Joe still hadn't met Davide ever, still hadn't met him, talk face to face. So I was like, look, man, we got to meet. You've got to change yours. Yeah. You have to change his opinion of you. And I demand, show motivation. So you're not afraid. And all the meetings even though they like Joe, the biggest question always, the biggest kind of downside in question was, why'd he turn down the Aprilia ride in 2020? Why'd he turn it down? Does he have no self-confidence? Yeah, he's a great rider. He's doing this, but how's his self-belief? Why'd he turn down the ride in 20? And every single team manager I spoke to was their primary focus.
What's your opinion on that?
What he already said.
Yeah. I get Joe's, I get it from his view, of what he wanted to achieve, but a lot of people had done that exact thing. Look at Remy Gardner. Remy Gardner did that exact thing. He just started to get competitive after loads of years, just started to get competitive in Moto 2, and that's when KTM offered him the MotoGP spot, and he was like, no, I'm going to go out and I'll annihilate the field next year, and then, I'll have a pick of every bike.
Right.
But that fucking class is so insanely competitive, and it's rare. It's rare. When you get that opportunity, yeah, I understood it was a mistake for some 10 years ago, like, because the Aprilia was uncompetitive. But,
It's pretty
you
good
know,
now.
it's, yeah, and it was then, and it, you know, it was a good enough bike. Like, and at the end of the day, Joe would have only needed to have just gotten close, or like
Show
even
him.
been remotely close to Alicia Spargaro, like, who I'd never, I mean, yeah, I like Alicia, but I know what Joe's capable of. He would have easily been able to achieve that easily, I believe, within
Get
that
the
first
second
year. And he would have more than easily had a second year, or, you know, even other
Other
potential
opportunity.
offers
Another two,
and
yeah.
offers.
And I think with his size, I always thought if he got on a big bike, he'd be even better.
Yeah, no, he would have. And the way he rides, he
Yeah.
would have always done better. Like the way of his point and
Yeah.
shoot and picking it up. And he would have been like stronger on the bigger bike. And so, yeah, that was a shame. Like that. And then, yeah, it was bad. Like it was, and there were so many that were so like, oh yeah, no, we're gonna do it. Yeah, we like Joe, and it was like all the way up to Tech 3 to Yamaha. There were so many that were like, yeah, and then in the end they chose elsewhere, and it was tough for Joe mentally.
I
Like,
can imagine. Yeah.
Dude, I don't. I,
We spoke
tough for
about it a bit.
everybody. I mean,
yeah.
like
That's hard, man. Like, you know, they do. At the end of the day, that's his life. Like
Yeah.
he's, you
Well,
know,
it's your lifelong goal too,
it's
right?
your lifelong goal. You sacrificed, you know, all these years and time over there, you know, for that goal, for that vision. And, you know, to be robbed of it this last year was tough, man. That was a big blow for him, you know, because that's,
I know.
yeah, because I mean, and you know, on paper it should have happened the way, like, you know, Agura was always planned to go to the Asia Talent Cup
know.
team,
Yeah, 'cause
and
it's
Joe
linked.
was supposed to go to the America team, and
And
you
now,
know,
now they've
and
got
now-
a blue and yellow Aprilia that looks like a
It's
old
crazy.
Suzuki.
yeah,
the whole
I
thing-
know, like
the
the
whole
old
thing
school
is-
X Star, like
The whole thing is just dumb.
it's yeah, and honestly, man, I don't know. There's no, I don't know. Yeah, I won't go into too much, but there's motives. There's
Yeah, of course. There's always
Yeah.
something.
politically motivated
Yeah.
situations that
Yeah.
are in play in
Of course.
that situation.
Of course, yeah. So obviously, you know, you're done with American racing now. Are you still managing Joe?
No, so I we're not right now because I can't like, so
Yeah.
it wasn't a great separation with the team itself, and Joe is contracted through the team, and it's
Too much friction.
there's too much friction, like that, just things that are left unresolved that we're still trying to find resolution to, and it yeah, it's not a good atmosphere. Like
Sure.
you need a
Yeah.
solid. So we're cool. Like we're super cool and friendly. But yeah, I said I can't do what needs to be done to help you.
Sure.
Like,
Do you
in-
still help them? Like
Yeah, of
like,
course.
like on the, you know, obviously you don't go to the races, but like texting, like, hey,
Yeah.
cool.
No. We still talk and help and stuff like that. And if he, you know, if he needs me and needs help with anything, I'm more than happy. I mean, we obviously, I mean, it's clear the results. We work well together.
Exactly.
Like
Yeah.
it's quite clear. But yeah,
So you're not going to the races again anymore? That's it.
potentially, but maybe. Well, definitely not with that team.
Sure.
It's not.
dude, this is very politically correct. I'm proud of you.
But yeah, it's not. It's not. Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
It didn't end well.
Sure.
But and it's sad because it's. I hear a lot of, oh, I told you so, like,
Yeah.
which is not, and it's. I always wanted to believe differently, and you know, sometimes it just didn't pan out the way. You know, and it sucks because, dude, it could have been a good
Dream
deal,
team.
man. Like,
Could have
yeah,
been
it could have
awesome.
been, and you know, with what, you know, the potential and possibilities and representing America. And, we had the whole project in the beginning with like the American Racing Academy. And that was something that meant a lot to me, which at no point was ever within my control, like as I wanted to control it. Like, so that's why I eventually was like, okay,
Can't do it.
like, yeah, I'm out. And why I'm doing now, like Avala USA and the circuit and what I'm building now is everything that was originally what's supposed to be my plan with American, the way I wanted to take American Racing Academy. And, so now I was like, you know what, like I don't want it to be a partner, I want to put my name on it. Like that was never going to be my team. Like,
Yeah.
like, so I wanted to put my name on something that I'm building and something that gives a lot of meaning to me, that can offer, potentially huge support and, something that could potentially create, the next future, MotoGP world champion that might look back and be like, without them, I would have never been there, which for me will be like huge.
It's a big full circle.
Yeah.
So do you feel like you're treating this like racing now? You're putting 110 into this?
Right now, yeah.
Yeah.
So everything, literally. I mean, I've never had like I'm fortunate never to have had like a real job in my life. Like, but don't, people say that, like,
you've worked your ass off.
Never discount, like, where you're going to a 9 to 5 and kind of in that rut, and people are telling you what to do, and like, the training and the time and the effort and the stuff like behind what goes into working, for a professional athlete, like of all sorts, like of any kind of professional athlete, like fucking hell, there's work. Like that's work.
You train
like,
340 days for 15.
Yeah. And it's, nonstop all day, and it is work. Like, so, but when it's something that you genuinely love, it's not work. It's not work.
Yeah.
Like you're doing what you love. And, I'm very fortunate, very, very fortunate to be able to have made enough of a life of myself in, racing, that my life is evolved around motorcycle racing my whole life. Like is, and financially, well from it. So it is a blessing, but yeah.
But now you got your first 9 to 5.
It's just,
I see you walking
it's
around.
ridiculous.
He's walking around the construction crew with his hands on his hip, pointing, shouting.
Yeah,
like,
no.
His Timberlands on.
No, and
Pretty
it's
ballsy
just-
guy over here. Real ballsy guy.
Real bullshit. Fucking shouting around. Real happy with myself.
You know who'd be real happy with you is Lauchi. Lauchi
Yeah.
be pretty happy with you.
Yeah.
Just falling right in his footsteps.
I know. Oh, Mr. Big Deal, man. Oh, Mr.
Yeah.
Big Deal around these parts.
Dude.
But yeah, no, it's just the fucking meetings and the emails and the just fucking constant, like, it's just nonstop, like on my phone, calls, meetings, like.
You need a manager, dude.
I know. Like we're and then I just need to keep that, never give up, like going through fucking sponsor meeting after meeting after meeting, being like blown back, toned back. How can you get a boost? It comes back, and just got to get some momentum. Like once we get that momentum, and it's huge though, man. Like, it's
The potential is huge.
the potential's huge.
That's
like
super
we're
cool.
in control of the
Future.
the FIM Mini Cup USA Mini GP, which is like that's the official Road to MotoGP program. Like that's and it's funny because we're still building it here, but like fucking organizations would kill for like
that name
and branding over in like Spain, Europe, like Asia, like to be the official Road to MotoGP like program. Fucking hell, like people would like kill for it. And you know what, like kind of crazy money that can be worth, like
Yeah.
in some like countries,
Yeah.
like sponsorship wise and things like
Exactly.
that. So yeah, but we're just the most biggest kind of role and concern that we have is not that, is just increasing awareness. And it's a cool sport, like it's amazing sport.
I
We
think
just
the
want to
accessibility thing is cool too.
and making the accessibility, like in terms of like the Ovale, I wish we had those bikes like when we were
Dude,
kids, like
I rode a YSR too.
yeah
Yeah, it's like even there's like no, it was tough.
yeah
It's really hard.
yeah. So no, I and it's a good way, like it's a good way for adults, like to go out, drag their knee, like when you go out to a normal track
Simon.
day, like it is a big process.
Simon,
Yeah.
we got
We
a
got a
guy.
guy that could use some help with that.
Literally, he's like a fucking magnet, dude. The closer he gets, the further his knee goes away. Like
Won't touch
the
the
only way,
ground.
dude, the only way he drags his knees is when he fucking wads. Like, dude, it's crazy.
How do you? How can people find your book these days? Is it on Amazon?
Yeah. So it's still selling on Amazon.
It's been good for
Leathered, yeah. It's been selling good, like super good. Yeah, it's done really well in sales, and yeah, it's good. Like I've done quite a bit of like talks and things, and even like self-help, like
Yes.
like things and groups, and man, it was cool. Out of all of it, like that I've done, like one of the coolest things, like was this last year at it was that Thruxton British Superbike race.
Dude, I love
Because
it.
I did a bunch of like TV work, and I also managed the rider there, Rory Skinner, and so I tried to go as many British Superbike rounds last year as I could. But I was there helping out, and it's funny because like in England, like it's crazy. I don't go like a day, like literally no day at all, like without normally getting like recognized, just because the sport there is so big and,
amazing.
and huge. And anyways, so normally when I'm walking at the race, like quite a few like fans come around and crowd. But it's funny, I was out the back of the garage and this one guy comes up, and he was like, "Hey mate, I just wanted to say, like, man, you are my hero." And I was like, "Oh, thanks." And anyways, he's like, "Man, I read your book." He's like, "Man, I've wanted to tell you this for so long." Like, and then like as he stood there, like these like kids come and stand with him, and he's like, "Yeah, man, like I've been wanting to tell you this for so long. Like it was, but you were the reason. Like I'm a dad today, and my kids are here. Like so, I was on the gear. Like so, he was probably like a heroin addict or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm assuming that's what they call it there." And he said, like, it was your book that gave me the courage to finally get sober and look after my kids. Like that was the only reason. Like that was the pushing point and the courage to give me to do that. And he's there, like with his kids, like, and I could tell, like he
meant it.
he meant it. He
that was
was and he was
powerful.
healthy. He wasn't like you can tell when they're still strong in their addiction, and like he was sober and strong and good, and with his kids, like, so that was super heartfelt, like
That's
was
amazing.
Super powerful.
That's
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, it
and
makes
that
it
was
all
the
worth
whole
it.
purpose. I mean, that was my whole purpose of being as transparent and honest, like just as being as honest as possible. I mean, it's still, even that's like still the PG-13 kind of
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah,
version,
yeah, yeah.
but being as honest as I could was for that reason, so that and like I said, I'm happy now. Like I'm content, I'm happy. I'm in a better place now than I was when I was making millions, and I owe it to my that timing and that program, going through those and overcoming those extremely dark, deep places.
I love that, man. That's really cool. It's special. Like I said, I love the book. I read it. I don't even know how many years ago now. I mean, probably 7 years. When did it come out?
Yeah, 2012, 2021, I think.
Okay, so
7
7
20
years ago. Yes, right. My time's all fucked up. No, I read it like right when it came out. It was a while
Yeah,
ago.
yeah. So it was like 21 or 22, 22.
Okay, I
No,
think it was before then.
no,
Dude,
no,
you-
no. It was like
Your
20.
guys' math is not mathing, dude.
It was 22. No, it was like 22
So
that it came
you
out.
chop a few years
I
off.
thought I was still living at John Freeman's because I actually gave it to someone to read.
Yeah. No, it was like 21 or 22. 21.
Yeah.
Pretty sure. Yeah, because it was right around the time that sadly that my mom passed away. It was like right around that time frame because we were actually having to do the audiobook part to it, and I was having to travel back, and then she got like gravely ill, and I wasn't able to travel back to the UK. And
Did you do it?
No, I wanted to, man. Like it
would've been cool.
sucks. No, but we came up with like a better plan, which sucks. And I felt bad because like I was originally going to do it. Like I was the one that was going to read the audiobook. And then eventually, like my buddy, because I haven't listened to a lot of audiobooks, but another buddy of mine, like, so I got cut. Like I was a lot of good stories that I wanted to put in that didn't make the book.
You didn't.
And they got cut because of the word count. So what I wanted to do was go into the studio, have an actor read the book, but be present with him as he read the book. And then at certain points in the story, he
Peel
could
off.
then peel off and be like, hey, John, so you're in this, like, you just broken your leg. You were in the hospital, or you were at this party and you were doing this, like,
Read the first.
and then I
person
could
stuff.
then go into more depth and
That'd
give
be
kind
cool.
of a more
Like a
in-depth.
BTS.
Yeah, and that was always the plan, to do that throughout the whole audiobook. So he would read it, and then we would just skip off into these like extended sections. And yeah, and sadly we had everything booked. The publishers had done it all, booked it all, and then yeah, my mom got like gravely ill, and then I couldn't make it, so we had to cancel it. And then so I just had to kind of pick the best. They gave me a few options, and I was like, oh yeah, don't really. That was kind of weird,
Yeah.
like having to pick some guy to tell my
Tell
story,
your story,
like
yeah.
Yeah, that is weird.
like a voice.
Yeah, that is, yeah. Like Siri.
So these little like audio.
Could have picked some hot chick to read it. That
I know
That would have been all right.
would've
Could
been-
you say?
yeah. So I mean,
So,
some
John.
sultry, like getting all sultry.
John be reading it you'd be listening to it every night in
I
bed.
know, yeah, remind me of that 12-year-old on that 125.
Hell yeah.
Well,
Have you ever listened to our podcast before?
Yeah.
Have you
yeah,
listened all the way through to the end?
It off and on.
Do you know what the last question is that we always ask?
No. No, I
dude,
don't-
you were
I
with
will-
everybody. You're with
I
everybody.
will. I need to. I listen to it off and on. I'm not a.
You're not a diehard.
I'm not a huge like podcast. I've never. I don't think I've ever in my
It's
life.
actually-
I've never listened to a podcast from start to finish.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But every guest comes on and says they listen to our podcast, but doesn't know the last question, so you don't. So nobody really.
No, I
Yeah.
do.
Yeah,
But I
yeah,
listen
yeah.
to tidbits. Like
Yeah.
I listen
Well,
to the reels.
We know
Yeah.
we know the people that actually, because we get it at the track now. It's actually quite funny because we get more people come up to us at the track for this stuff than for racing.
Yeah,
It's all
I
love
could
this.
imagine.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
all about the podcast.
But there's like, when people are like diehards because they'll come up and they'll tell us.
yeah. What the last
Yeah.
question is?
All
the
right,
last question
let's
is.
just run it.
Hit
So
it.
yeah, so you're on death row. I don't know, you got locked up from Tijuana or something, whatever, for smuggling something. So
You'd
you're
be struggling if you got death row.
All right,
for
I'm
that,
just saying.
but yeah.
So you're on death row. What's your death row meal? Right, drink, dinner, dessert, or whatever. Your last meal. That's it.
I'd go in and out meal, like double meal, like that. Yeah, in and out. That because that's. I mean, it varies, man. Like it varies. I've got
Can't
a couple.
vary, dude.
He's
It's
a
your
Cali
death
boy.
row
He's a
meal.
Cali boy through and through.
Dude, it's death row. It don't vary.
Then it might be a California burrito and 5-rolled tacos from my local Mexican down in Ramona. But it's a tough. No, man, I'm sticking with that because it's the first place. Like from, like it's a ritual every time I fly back because I have to spend so long in Europe. Like my first flight back, First thing I do is go to In-N-Out and get a double meal.
This
Like,
thing is gonna be in and out.
double
in
with
and out.
I'm going double with grilled onions.
I
Yeah.
love it.
So good. What are you doing for dessert?
I'm not a dessert guy. I normally get a second double.
There you go. That's a good one.
That's what I do.
That's a good one.
I normally just get a second double. I
Legend.
like savory over sweet.
Nice.
Well, shit. Maybe you should hit up In-N-Out. They sponsor the Raceway, right?
I know. I'm trying.
owner. Yeah.
I'm trying.
That'd be so sick.
Yeah.
Get us a black card.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want one. I want the. No, because I need to watch out.
gonna be a
I'm
super-
getting bigger. I need to lose weight.
Yeah,
Like,
supersize me next.
yeah.
John, dude, this has been unreal.
Yesterday was our longest one. Yeah, this is our longest one. Yeah.
Dude, we're 4 hours, and I'm gonna miss my flight, so that's sick.
What time's your flight?
Dude, what do you mean? You know exactly what time my
5:30.
flight is. Yeah, it's 4 o'clock.
Yeah, no, we gotta go.
This has been unreal.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming on the podcast. Thank you for telling our stories, telling stories, and just being real and being who you are. And dude, you're for me, I watch Faster. That really inspired me to get into racing. So it's a true fucking honor to be able to have you on our podcast.
No, thank you. No, it's been an honor to be here.
Yeah,
So-
no, agreed. I'm excited to see what you do at this place, and hopefully come around Moto America more now that you're in the U.S. for
Yeah, well,
for
that's the
year.
plan. Yeah.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah.
Spend some time with us and throw a leg over that bagger, baby.
Yeah. I want to. I want to at one point. Like I'm going to. I think I am. Like, just got to get this under control and get it just rolling how we want, and then
What, you coming from my ride, dog?
better watch out, big boy.
If you need
Iceman.
If you need a manager.
This is the Iceman, dude. This guy. This guy is the Iceman.
He's the fucking Iceman, dude. Like, it's.
No, dude. You are, dude.
All right, boys.
I need the Iceman.
All right, dude. Thanks.
Thanks.
Dreams, I wanna see 'em alive.